Namaste. You might think I've got a hat on. It's not a hat. It's a faux hat. It's a faux hat. It's a hat made out of that soup that, I guess it's Vietnamese maybe? What do I look like? An expert on foreign soup? If you think I do look like that, you don't know what things look like very well. And that's your fault, not mine. There. Now I really got what can only be called a fabulous hat. Why are you live streaming? People often ask me that. Like, hey Eric, I see you're live streaming again. I'm just curious as to why. So many reasons. I mean, could there be more reasons why? A billion different reasons. Where should I even begin? You know, probably at the beginning, but it's hard to determine exactly where the beginning is. One thing I know for sure is that I am live streaming, whether you want me to or not. What is this? Heightened focus. What does that mean? I like those thick white neck braces from the 1980s. Well, this is actually a curtains bringer together. Like it bunches it together. But I decided that it worked better as a headband / hat. If I push my hair down, it looks like I'm wearing one of those like Middle Eastern hats or something, you know? Fuck yeah. Diagonal, M, diagonal. What does diagonal, M, diagonal mean? Does it have a specific meaning? So Cameron is going to be house sitting for us when we go to the Johnny show. Which is good. I look like a Sikh. When life hands you apples, make apple teenies. It really depends on what kind of apples life hands you, Cameron. I think it's fair to say that. If it hands you Honeycrisp apples, you should probably just either eat them or squeeze them into apple juice. If it hands you like Granny Smith apples, you should probably throw it back at the person who handed it to you. Some variant of Muslim. I'm what's known as a curtain Muslim. Instead of other kinds of special costumes, I have a curtain buncher as a hat. That's the only way I can show my real passionate devotion to Allah. Allah and Muhammad. Everybody should, even if they're not converting to Islam, they should pick a Muslim name. So my Muslim name is going to be Akbar Muhammad Al Akbar. Akbar Muhammad Al Akbar is my name. My Muslim name. My Native American name is Squatting Pig. My porn star name is Manrod Steelpole. Okay, well, sure. Sure, you make a good point, Boba Fett. If life gives you apples, you can make apple pipes out of them. They're not bongs, though. Boba Fett, I gotta correct you there, because they don't have any water in them, except the naturally occurring apple juice that fills their fleshy flesh with appley goodness. So everybody should have a Muslim name, a Native American name, a porn star name. They should also have a pirate name. My pirate name is Beard Rigger. Beard Rigger is my pirate name. Everyone is born Muslim, but they just convert to other religions. I wasn't born Muslim. I was born naked and afraid. Afraid the doctor was going to fuck it up. Right out my mama's twat. I was born negating. As soon as I popped out of the womb, the nurse said something dumb, and I said, "That's not true. You're wrong." Because I was born to tell people that they're wrong. It's my life's purpose. Street names too, like C-Dog, B-Dog, and E-Dog. Right. Well, my rapper name is obviously Baby Pig Poop Face. Also known as the BPF, you know. My gang name is Lil Clowny. Everyone needs to have a gang name as well. Lil Clowny. Yeah. My pop star lady name is Juliet Higante. Juliet Higante is my pop star name. It's in the vein of Ariana Grande. You want to say how big you are in your last name. My movie star name is Defron McCullough. I'm a teen. That's my teen heartthrob name, Defron McCullough. Meow. Meow. As a women's soccer player, I find I'm often betrayed by my first touch in a bad area. Hello. Hello to you too, Mr. Meows-a-Lot. I just watched you eat Olaf. Olaf. That could be my Russian Orthodox Church name. Olaf Vanderskeski. Olaf Vanderskeski is my Russian Orthodox Church name. My my Indian from India name is Patrata Siddhartha Bangpanadanaton. That's my India name. Patatra, Siddhartha, Bonding-a-ding-a-dong. My Mexican name is Jose Gomez. I just watched you eat, Trouble. I don't want to watch you eat anymore. Okay? Yes, I hear you meowing. My cat name is Man Whiskers Kitty Mail. Let's see. My flapper name is Toots Cunningham. If you should also have a flapper name, obviously. If you want to really fully realize all of your flapper potential, then you need to drive a Phaeton. Phaeton. It's the car of choice for the Great Gatsby generation. Yeah, I'm looking pretty sharp. There's little denying that. I've always been something of a fashion native. But this hat is setting the tone for 2024, 2025 in terms of fashion. There's going to be a lot of wide headbands like this coming into fashion. Makes people wonder, if you're taller than there, is that a hat? It's not a hat, but I wouldn't blame you for thinking it was. It's just another innovation by fashion maven Eric, inventor of nose bows, the decorative nose element that launched 1,000 careers. Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm talking about. Biker chic, mystery and intrigue. That's what I wish it were written cursive, red letters right here. Mystery and intrigue. That would be a pretty badass curtain gathering thing. Now to make this stay on my head, of course, I've had to put this little rubber thing in this hole so that I could wear it like this, you know. This is like very Christian night. I'm off to the Crusades. Well, honey, I'm off to go to the Crusades. Gonna try to recapture Jerusalem from the Muslims. And hopefully I'll be back in a few years. You know, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I know the power of Christ will protect me in my holy war against the Middle East. So this is the kind of headband that Crusaders wore back in the Middle Ages. This made all the Middle Ages ladies wet, you know. Oh my God, the power of Christ is compelling me. It's an imitation of a girl. Lady, you know. Anywho, TV. What's up with that, huh? I like television. I watch a fair amount of things on the TV, be they from a streaming service, YouTube TV, sporting events, what have you. You know, I enjoy watching television programs. Very fond of Only Murders in the Building. That most recent episode was absolutely brilliant. And I'm not the only one who thought so. I read a number of articles, all of which were about specifically the lullaby song sung by Meryl Streep at the end of the episode. Wars are smoky urn. I don't know what smoky urn you're talking about. I'm not sure what you. Oh, you mean the thing that the priests go like this with, and it smokes out the smoke and purifies everything. Yeah, I need that. You're right. I need one of those. I'm badly in need of one of those. If I had one of those, just with this headband and some black suit or something, I could dress up as a Russian Orthodox priest. Yeah, I should get one of those smoky urns. I could fill it with weed and perform holy rituals. This is my Crusaders look, okay? It's got the cross in the middle. I'm leaving, let's say, Portugal, heading towards Jerusalem, trying to liberate it from the Muslims, but of course, I'm in one of the later Crusades, so we're kind of doomed to fail, you know. A lot of ill-advised crusading. Like Europe, you're never going to be able to hold on to the Holy Lands. How are you going to do that? How are you going to hold the Holy Lands when you're all the way over in Europe and the Holy Lands are full of Muslims? You're not going to be able to hold on to them. Even if you do successfully send your Knights Templar down there and whoop a little ass and take control of the city for a minute or two, you're not going to be able to hold on to that for long. Have some sense. A children's crusade? Whose brilliant idea was that? Let's send our children to Jerusalem. In a wildly ill-advised plan to recapture the Holy Lands? I don't know. Pyrrhic, yeah. You can't be expected to know how to spell that word, Carlos. It's got like 4 H's and 4 R's and 2 Y's and several P's. So just forget about spelling it entirely. That guy who had the Pyrrhic victory, I guess his name must have been Pyrrhus or something like that, you know. That's why he's like, well, we won. Then he looked around, it was just him left. Okay, well, I won. Everybody else is dead, but I won. So, you know, silver lining. You want to know what a difficult... Well, that's because I had it the other way around. If I'm not going crusading, then I turn it like this. This is for non-crusading activities. Yeah, I serve the Pope from Constantinople, not the Pope from Rome, okay? we do Christianity right here in the Eastern Orthodox Church. We believe that Mary was actually a eunuch servant in the imperial Japanese court. A little bit of a variant. We also agree with the Mormons that Jesus went to Utah later on. So those are two of the key differences between Catholicism and the Eastern Orthodox Church. First of all, the perception of Mary. Eastern Orthodox Church, we know correctly that Mary was actually a eunuch serving in the Japanese imperial court. And we got it right before the Mormons ever did, that Jesus went to Utah. And, chilled for a while, fucked around, the Mormon girls were wild, apparently. But he said, hey, I can't bang any of you Mormon broads. I'm Jesus Christ, for fuck's sake. So, they were admonished accordingly, but that's why they're nice now. Jesus busted their chops. At first, they were a bunch of foul-mouthed whores, but Jesus said, maybe if you stop drinking so much whiskey, and that's how it got into Mormonism, that they shouldn't consume intoxicants. A biker who reads. Well, see, if I pull it up high enough, it looks like a hat, right? I gotta hide all of my hair. Oh, yes, yes. Salam, salam. Namaste, salam. I guess those are totally different languages, probably, but you get my point. Kang Krishna Sarmapagu. I was trying to think of an Indian name for myself earlier, and while I was trying to think of that, I was trying to remember what that lady's name was. Didn't she end up going out with Matthew Alistair? Isn't she dating him, maybe? Kang Krishna Sarmapagu? Who's Negan? Well, nowadays especially, here I am. In the olden days, like, you go to war and send your army to just plunder the fuck out of some rich city, steal all of their stuff, and bring it back to your city, and you'd be like, I got all this gold and fancy stuff. Yeah, I know. A lot of people have hooked up around here. Lots and lots of people. Sometimes they inform us of it. Sometimes they don't, Sometimes I find out much after the fact. When we used to have a lot of time with like a whereby room or whatever, people would show up abruptly together on camera as and slaves too, right? The general MO was kill the men and bring the women back with you. Yeah, a lot of slavery in the history of human civilization. A lot of brutality, A lot of people, a lot of empowerment of dark triad people, Murderers, ruthless men, barbarians, etc. But, well, I mean, I don't doubt that it still happens today. I know that human trafficking is a serious problem, but I don't think it's as rampant or as I don't think as high, nearly as high a percentage of the population is enslaved now as has been in every instance prior in the past of human history, you know. In the status quo, a tiny fraction of the human population is enslaved. If you look at the raw number, I'm sure there's quite a few people who are in some state of servitude against their will, you know, unjustly, without consent, etc. It's a shame. Some bad people in the world, you know. 40 million. Wow. It's a lot of people. I mean, it used to be a, a regular class distinction, right? As to whether you were a free man, an indentured servant, a slave, a, some other kind of, you know, like um, vassal in a court or something. There used to be all kinds of labels distinguishing between people's varying degrees of freedom. And fortunately, we've by and large outgrown institutionalized forms of slavery, except for school. School and prison, but prison's different. For people who are in jail for actually committing real crimes, there's no rights violation, you know. It's just they forfeit their rights by way of violating the rights of another, you know. But for people who haven't committed a rights violation that causes their rights to be forfeit, then they don't belong behind bars. And in those instances, it's functionally slavery that is produces no utility. Now, I don't think we should do away with prison. I think we should do away with criminalizing things that aren't rights violations. Actual criminals who commit actual rights violations need to be punished, both in the name of retributive justice and in the name of deterrence and in the name of general public safety. I mean, that doesn't happen so much anymore in California, but it still does happen sometimes that people will get tried and or convicted for drug crimes, but it's pretty rare. And in California, you've got to you're much more likely to get busted for if you have a massive quantity of something like meth and you've got handguns as well or something like that. California doesn't seem to get the Second Amendment. I don't know why, but you know, Americans can have guns, right? Corey was telling me his time on a jury where it was like they were bringing separate charges against a guy who was already awaiting trial on a charge of possessing like 5 pounds of meth or something with intent to sell. They were additionally trying to then bring charges of a gun crime because he had a gun, but it was perfectly legal for him to have a gun at that point. And Corey's on a grand jury. They were trying to indict the guy additionally for a gun crime and also for possession of cocaine with intent to sell because he had a quarter ounce of cocaine. But they didn't indict on either charge. So in that regard, the state of California is not completely insane if you let the citizens do the work. The grand jury the court was on refused to indict on the gun charge on the grounds that it wasn't a crime for him to have a gun until he becomes a felon, right? And didn't buy the prosecutor's arguments regarding statutes that link having a gun in the commission of a crime to being because it wasn't used in the commission of a crime, right? Except it was possessed concurrently with possession of drugs, which comprises a crime. And they refused to indict on the quarter ounce of cocaine charge because it was felony possession with intent to sell or something. And Corey pointed out, why would a guy who's got 5 pounds of meth want to be selling grams of cocaine to cokeheads in the middle of the night? It's obviously for his head. So they didn't indict on either of those charges. And according to Corey, the prosecutor was shocked because the old expression, you can indict a ham sandwich with a grand jury because only the prosecutor gets to present a case. There's no defense attorney or anything like that. There's no defense case. And all the grand jury is being asked to do is say there's enough evidence to move forward with the prosecution. So certain kinds of things, the defense can require the prosecution, I think, to get an indictment by a grand jury before they can move forward. I think it's for capital cases and stuff like that. But God bless America and its jury system. The biggest problem we have is people don't trust the jury system enough. Like over 90% of cases are resolved with plea bargains. People are very impacted by prosecutorial overcharging, threats of overcharging, and actual overcharging. They get bullied into accepting a plea, and as far as prosecutors are concerned, that's their number one job, is to avoid a jury trial and bully the defense into a plea. So obviously justice isn't served by that. We're best served when our neighbors are accused of crimes, when that legal process plays out in full and their case gets heard before a jury and the jury makes a decision on it. We are always best served by that. It is not a good idea to empower prosecutors with plea bargaining to skirt that process of transparent evaluation of facts, that process of attaining justice. The jury system is built into our country for a reason. It provides an additional check and balance on those who govern us. Not only do we elect them to write the laws, but nobody can convict anybody of breaking a law without 12 of their fellow citizens agreeing. That's pretty powerful. the power with which the jury system protects us all from totalitarianism is amazing. Hopefully I'll get jury duty here in Mariposa County. That'd be good. I would love for them to send me a jury duty thing. And jury duty is a civic responsibility imposed on us by the government that I'm 100% in favor of. People hate jury duty for some reason, but it's like the number one way somebody can be a good citizen. Unlike voting, voting's not necessarily a good way to be a good citizen. It depends if you're engaged with politics correctly or not. And it doesn't mean you have the correct political positions. It means, are you engaged like an adult with the process, right? But jury duty is something that everybody should do to be a good citizen. Everybody should willingly, gladly do their duty, be a juror, and do the best they can, you know? Because that's the truest form of democracy right there, is being judged by a jury of my peers. No, yeah, you can always force a jury trial. California is poorly run in some ways and well run in others, you know? No, he didn't use the gun anyway. But being judged by 12 citizens is right, you should always be able to demand it. Yes, you can. If it's a criminal, if you're being accused of a misdemeanor or felony, you can insist on a jury trial. But the problem is this. Let's say, like on the jury trial I sat on, where we found the guy not guilty of all charges. He was on a disinterested factual evaluation of the thing, he was probably guilty of simple assault. But the prosecutor charged him with felony assault with a tear gas weapon, felony assault with a deadly weapon, simple assault. I think that was it. And the reason he had done that is because he had said to the guy, if you don't plead to meow, we will charge you with all of this bullshit and you could go to jail for 25, 50 years or whatever, right? However many years the maximum is if you add all that shit up. I don't know. It could be 20 years, who knows. But the thing is, most people figure even if there's just a 1% chance of me being convicted of all these things or less, I'd rather just bite the bullet, accept my simple assault conviction, and have time served and go home. The amount of psychological pressure put on individuals who don't deliberate like I do, it would never work on me. If they try to say, well, I'm going to charge you with this, I'd say, well, factually, I'm not guilty of that. Your attempt to leverage your unlimited power to prosecute me for whatever you want in order to leverage the outcome you want and bypass the process of justice is unacceptable ethically, morally, professionally, in every conceivable way. And I will not be party to it whatsoever. I find you a deplorable scumbag. And I think, like most members of your profession, you seem to lack any sense of where a person's moral responsibilities lie. You're at least as bad as the criminals you prosecute, probably worse, because you're an example of an institutionalized injustice and the rise of an aristocratic class here, people who have unlimited power to push other people around in circumstances that are supposed to be fairly adversarial. Of course, I'm never going to be in a situation where a prosecutor is trying to prosecute me for a crime, because I'm not committing any crimes. So if they were trying to prosecute me, they will have gotten the wrong guy or be prosecuting me for some bullshit. Either way, they would find me an impossibly difficult person to deal with. Because if they're prosecuting me, they fucked up badly, right? I didn't do whatever it is they're claiming I did. If it's a real crime. I'm not the crime committing type. And it was just sort of like a drug charge or something. Well, and that's where the words suck it and fuck off come in to play. So whatever prosecutor wants to try to prosecute me for that shit, you know. I'll take my chances with the jury. But fortunately, I don't need to deal with that, because I'm going to be busy on my crusade. I'm going on a crusade to recapture the Holy Lands. That's why I've got my cross right there to protect me from satanic forces. This is also Kevlar, so it protects my head. And it also gives me +2 dexterity and +4 charisma. So a lot of different reasons to wear my Crusader's headband. They should make a movie. A very contemporaneously tone-deaf movie about the Crusades. They should make a series of movies. One is about the Crusades, about the noble fight of the Crusaders against the evil Holy Land occupiers. And then the next one can be about the conquistadors and their noble battle to civilize the savages of South America. What do you think? Should I crowdsource these movies? Think that would be a popular thing to give money to? How about we have Crusaders versus Conquistadors? Battle Royale. We'll have all the Crusaders in the First Crusade be magically transported to another world. Concurrently, have all the Conquistadors, transported to another world, and then have like the super intelligent god race or whatever that is doing all the world transfers, have them announce to the Crusaders and the Conquistadors, you are now party to Battle Royale, Conquistadors versus Crusaders. And then they put them on 2 different parts of a map. Give each of the leaders of them a map. Make sure the numbers are about even. See who wins, And then By doing that, also, since they'll mostly kill each other off, we can avoid both the Crusades and the Conquistadorians. The Conquistadoria. Conquistadoria that occurred. That's all the stuff associated with Conquistadorian. There's a school in Los Angeles County whose mascot name is still the Conquistadors. It doesn't really play as well as it once did. It's funny how you have to change your name if you're the Indians, but not if you're the Conquistadors, right? That's what the Redskins should have changed their name to instead of the Commanders. They should have changed their name to either the Pilgrims or the Conquistadors. That would have been the best fuck you of all if they had changed their name to the Conquistadors. With the civilizing power of violence, the conquistadors brought Christianity to the savages, who were naturally very grateful, as they had been wanting Christianity for a long time. Eric's old school history books. I should put out a series of history books called Eric's Old School History Books, which tells history the way it used to be told. Columbus came here, the Pilgrims taught the Indians how to be civilized, just like the British did to the Indians in India. And then, the Dutch went to South Africa to help the natives get along better. So they'd stop fighting against each other so much, And the native African peoples are forever more grateful. There. Now I look fancy. Do you think this is fancy enough for this occasion? Am I dressed down too much? Should I put on my tiara on top of this? I don't have a tiara, to be honest, and I'm not going to lie about it. I've been lying about it for too long. I don't have actually a tiara. I pretend I have a tiara that I could put on if I wanted to, but I don't have one. I could have purchased one at either of the bridal stores we went to. You may not know this, but at wedding dress stores, they have tiaras for sale. In case you want to not just be a bride, but also a princess, I guess, or a queen or something. Who wears tiaras anywhere? Anyway, is there a certain class of people that wear tiaras on a normal basis? Like, does anybody have a tiara as their everyday hat? Please don't steal your movie ideas. Mass education needs more competition. The government organization offers the benefit of organization but lacks feedback due to people's laziness or being previously engaged. If being judged by 12 citizens is a right, yeah, I already read that part. 68 and nays each. Well, if it's with a criminal case, you need to get a unanimous verdict of guilty or not guilty. If you have if you can't get that, then you have what's called a hung jury. And then if it remains a hung jury, then the judge can say go deliberate more. But if they come back and say, I'm sorry, we're not getting anywhere, we're a hung jury, then it's declared a mistrial, and the prosecution has the choice as to whether they want to try to re-prosecute or not. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It really depends on how it played out. Like, if the hung jury is representative of say evidentiary weakness, they probably won't retry it. If they think the jury's hung, if it's like one person is a holdout and they're maybe like a ultra libertarian or something, then they'll probably retry the case, you know. So in other words, a hung jury means double jeopardy doesn't apply. Once you've gone to trial, been tried for something, and there's been a verdict either way, you cannot be tried again for that same crime. So if the prosecution tries to prosecute me for shoplifting or whatever, and I get a not guilty verdict, they cannot try me for that crime again. Even if I come out after the verdict and say, haha, I got away with it. I actually did the crime and I got away with it. It doesn't matter. They still cannot prosecute you again. So, and in fact, I remember when there was in the Rodney King beating trial, they jury is a well-endowed jury. In the Rodney King beating trial, they tried the cops first for beating the guy, like a assault or whatever. And then they tried some of them again for violating his civil rights. I remember at the time, the judge was very much like squirming at this. There was a huge amount of pressure to get some kind of accountability from the cops, right? But they really shouldn't have been able to be tried again on separate charges on the same matter. You know, that's double jeopardy applied in that instance, right? But they let them get away with prosecuting them on different charges for basically the same thing. And I don't remember if they got convicted that second time or not, but that's the only instance I can think of where it's ever even been a question. By and large, it's impossible for them to try you a second time for the same matter, no matter what. Let's see what the chat says here. A liturgical vestment worn over the chasuble by the Pope, archbishops, and some bishops in the Roman Catholic Church. I do. I wear them. There's a sport that is like knights fighting. I mean, the main issue is it was education and government and stuff like that. There's no way to talk about individuals as members of groups that informs us at all. And so, because people don't understand cognitive functions, so as a consequence, there's all this. It's very easy for people to get emotionally riled up by various kinds of propaganda and so forth. Keeping in mind that propaganda is not from some monolithic deep state elite group or whatever. It's from every direction all the time. So the thing is, if we were all operating under a cognitive function frame of reference, we could talk about how AOC is an ESFP and how that's not really appropriate for public office, you know, because of a lack of intellectualization. We need intellectuals in holding office by and large. We need people who are detached, disinterested. We need people like judges to be our politicians, you know. We need our politicians to embrace the responsibility of being a disinterested, serious thinker in the same way that judges do. And that's not what we currently have. And the reason is because, by and large, judges, federal judges, aren't generally elected. So, you get more competent jurists than if people were electing them based on their politics, because that's not how the judiciary ought to operate, right? It shouldn't be a political body that interprets the laws and or manages the processes of criminal and civil justice through any political lens, right? But it's not like it's a good idea to stop people from electing their representatives. It's just we don't have any way of resolving all the discursive conflicts right now because we don't have any explanation for it. It's like, how can those people think this crazy idea that I disagree with is a question that has no answer in the status quo. There's no meaningful way to critique somebody's anything, really, without cognitive functions as a background thing, at least informing stuff. So it's like, I may not say to a given person, it might not be the best argument to tell them, you're intuiting too much NI here. There are no examples of SI. So in other words, you don't have any concrete specific examples to demonstrate the concepts you're purporting to communicate. And to the extent that you're communicating anything, you're communicating holistic gists of things that are suggestive of stuff, but can't possibly be utilized to predicate any further argumentation on. And that's what you then attempt to do. So it's like, it's better to explain to somebody how they're paying attention to something incorrectly if everybody understands what those terms mean and stuff, because then you can people can come to some sort of agreement about here's what is required for something to attain validity in the political sphere. It needs to validate with these kind of attentional manners, etc. Here's an easily described and explained manner of what you might call malignant political cell growth. So what we see that the form of much, if not even much, but not all of political wrongness is NI unsubstantiated with SI examples, unvalidated by TI, right? Just a bunch of general, like the post-industrial society needs to be torn down because it's meow, 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 right? Bullshit. We can identify bullshit and classify it according to what it's doing wrong and lacking, not merely in terms of it as an object of analysis, but as an artifact of the agent who created it. So when people understand that this kind of expression of words represents something validating against this kind of attentional manner, and when they understand that words expressing about topic mia require validation via this kind of attentional manner, then it will be plausible, possible, even inevitable that people will parse through things. People will parse through things and correctly identify what's lacking or what's not lacking in a given a given set of communications about politics anyway, you know? Because it's plausible to explain where, say, Ted Kaczynski went wrong argumentationally, but all you're going to do if you explain what he did wrong argumentationally is you're going to say he didn't define any of his terms in any meaningful way, and he didn't substantiate any of his claims. He failed completely to meet his burden to affirm. Therefore, we negate whatever resolution he was affirming there, which isn't even clear in the first place. So that's not going to be satisfying to people, because that's too much just saying skipping step one. Step one needs to be an understanding of what sort of things comprise topics that should be substantiated to the highest level of scrutiny, against the highest level of scrutiny, lower level of scrutiny, no scrutiny, etc. We can't even explain that really without talking about attentional manners, because the reason, of course, that we should parse out political matters the way we should is because political matters are public matters, and every communication object regarding a public matter is going to be objective data that needs to be parsed objectively and withstand scrutiny on the universal logic of TIFE and not on the subjective logic of FITE, because if we're prioritizing the individual subjective priorities of some particular people and evaluating the correctness of ideas against their criteria only, then nothing is rigorously enough processed through the adversarial process, the deliberative adversarial process that good politics should be. But, you know, it's difficult to explain all that complicated argumentation to people. It's a lot easier to say FITE is not appropriate now. That's step two. Right now we're doing the TINENI part. So hold on, FITE people. As soon as we validate this is acceptable, then you can figure out how to do it. So, you know, if people understood themselves as their attentional configuration and understood each attentional configuration in terms through a variety of different frames, including order of operations, areas of expertise, areas of need to get out of the way, etc. Right? If we were all fully actualized and fully knowledgeable about ourselves, we would have a full accounting of ourselves across all of those various vectors, right? We'd know who we were in terms of what areas of the world were areas that we should be focusing on. That's areas where we're going to thrive and be the expert naturally, right? We would know areas of the world where we should get out of the way, where we're likely to maybe mistakenly believe that it's something we can handle and actually be Dunning-Kruger style horrible at it or whatever. And so much so that it's a blind spot of ours. We're not even going to really be able to recognize it. So we just have to have learned that that's the truth about us and stuff, and develop as a human being accordingly, right? In a utopic future in which cognitive functions reigned supreme as the dominant paradigm and informed all of our conversations with our children as we were raising them and so forth, then in some sense, people would be less empowered to follow their hearts, right? They'd be explained to, look, I know you really like making music, but you're tone deaf. And so pursuing a career in this is insane, and you shouldn't try to do so. Well, the same thing is true with, people at some point are going to say that to somebody who's tone deaf, and nobody's going to take exception to that limitation being placed upon them. If somebody's tone deaf and they cannot distinguish between pitches, they cannot sing an interval correctly, they can't sing a perfect third, or a major third, or a perfect fourth, or a perfect fifth, or whatever, and that's just how it is, then obviously nobody's going to say, hey, stop imposing limiting narratives on Joe and telling him he can't be a professional musician just because he's tone deaf. Nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to say, hey, stop imposing your limiting narratives on Susie. Just because she has no fingers doesn't mean she can't be a professional piano player. Nobody's going to accuse you of trying to ontologically constrain, limit, assault, or whatever somebody who's clearly in a Dunning-Kruger haze about something. Like, tone deaf people don't know they're tone deaf usually. They are so tone deaf they don't get what the idea of being able to match a pitch is, you know. People who are in a state of Dunning-Kruger because of a blindness like that, they need to be assisted by other people in informing them, hey, this is your blind spot flaring up here. You're being hit in your place of least resistance, etc. You can't trust yourself here, right? We have no correct way of telling anybody that they can't trust themselves in area X right now. No correct way. Every attempt to do so is going to be correctly articulated as an ontological assault because it's not going to be predicated on a correct explanation. So if I tell you as an ESFP that you definitely should not pursue a career in law because it requires way too much TI, well, in the status quo, somebody trying to express that to an ESFP, they only have the following words to say. I'm not really sure you're that kind of smart, or, you're not really smart enough, or there's no other way to put it by anybody in the status quo as to why you're telling this ESFP, if you're, like, let's say you're me, but you don't know anything about cognitive functions, and you're a teacher at a high school, and there's this ESFP who's telling you how badly they want to be a lawyer and go into law because it appeals to them seeing it on a TV show or something. And I'm trying to explain to them that this is a terrible idea. They should not try to pursue a career in law. They have no business doing so whatsoever. If I don't know cognitive functions, how am I going to justify my explanation except to say, well, I've worked with you for this year and I think you're dumb. I think you're way too dumb to give people legal advice. That's the only thing I'm going to possibly say to them, right? That's what I'm going to believe in my heart anyway. Even if I try to sugarcoat it, I got no better words for it. Because in the status quo, without attentional language as dominant paradigm, TI and TE and a mishmash of both those things, and sometimes FE, awareness, and sometimes NI, and sometimes NE, all get called smart, right? Even though the word means nothing if you're going to call all those things smart. Well, what else do you expect is going to happen in a world where we don't have the correct explanation as to why that ESFP has no business going into the legal profession? Well, that NTP most definitely should. But see, that would be a lie if I said I didn't think they were temperamentally suited to law. I mean, what am I saying? I think they can't control their temper enough. They're going to scream in the courtroom. They're going to find it boring. the truth of the matter is, I think they're going to find it impossibly difficult to do a good job. And I think the job's too important to leave in the hands of people who can't do legal reasoning well. That's the truth. So whatever else I say, I can put it some other way, but I'm either going to be misleading them or not getting my point across, you know? The correct answer is because working with the law requires a lot of TI. It requires some intuition as well, but but not necessarily. Like, you can have a successful career in the law and be an ESTJ. Should you? No. And see, that's another thing I would say to somebody, like, if we all understood cognitive functions, if we explain to ESTJs, yes, we all get the fact that you could, if you choose to direct yourself in this direction, become a successful lawyer. You could complete law school, you could become a successful lawyer, maybe a prosecutor, and then even a judge. But you shouldn't, because you're anti-polar. And this leads to horrible splitting the baby things, such as, we're going to allow Obamacare, but call the penalty a tax to justify its constitutionality. When you do horrible baby splitting things like that, you ruin the integrity of the law. And so we really don't want you involved in the law at all, ESTJs. If you are going to be involved in the law, it needs to be in something like real estate law, corporate law, tax law, stuff like that. Not in any way, shape, or form involving criminal justice. So it's like, that's what needs to be told to ESTJs. And they need to have some means of accepting it. They're not going to accept it if they haven't learned in school growing up all about cognitive functions and how it explains everything. Now, I need to get something in my belly. And that something is called either food or juice or something like that. Because I have something that is called sudden pukiness syndrome, where after you've not eaten anything for a while, you suddenly feel pukey. It's counterintuitive because you think the hungrier you get, the less pukey you'd feel. Obviously, you need to take in food, not puke it out. But a little bit of grapefruit juice can go a long way in assisting a person in treating their sudden pukiness syndrome. Do I think Michelle Obama is a man? No. Is there any reason to believe she's a man? I mean, didn't she have a kid? The Obamas have a kid or two, don't they? Eat raw broccoli and raw cabbage and raw onions. Now, this is not Langer's. This is the king of all grapefruit juices, F and GJ. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Don't have any kind of grapefruit juice. Have some F and GJ. Okay? Don't eat raw meat. Eating raw meat is bad for you. It's funny. I titled this live stream TV, and in the tab it says TV-YouTube. Well, I thought, oh, I'm on YouTube TV. But no, if I were on YouTube TV, it would say YouTube-TV. So, maybe not even have the hyphen, I'm not sure. Anyway, what kids are paid actors? The children who go to school? I don't know. What was I going to look up here? I was about to look something up. I mean, you could get prosciutto. That's like heavily cured raw pork, which is kind of crazy, but I think it's pork. Well, I don't think raw meat is inherently bad for me. I think that eating raw meat requires way too much attention to ingredient status, making sure it's clean, fresh, nothing wrong with it at all. Cooking allows you to be careless somewhat with your ingredients. And the thing is, if you do eat something raw that isn't up to snuff, the consequences are severe. You'll get tapeworms, shit like that, Have severe stomach problems, etc. So that's why I wouldn't eat raw meat. Obama's children, what about them? How many children do Obama have? I mean, I don't even smoke my bong rips raw. I just figure why risk it? Just go ahead and light it on fire. Call me, overly safety conscious if you want, but $2. They got to be adults by now, right? One figures they got to be adults. They're borrowed children from a friend's couple. I've seen pictures. You can see the resemblance. This explains why Obama would let the oldest smoke crack with Hunter Biden. Did Obama's oldest child smoke crack with Hunter Biden? Was Biden smoking crack? Or was he smoking meth? It seems much more likely that he was smoking meth than crack. Crack's not a very popular drug. Oh, he was smoking both? Wow, good for him. Way to go, Hunter Biden. That makes me think Biden's a lot cooler now. At least there's some people in his family who are doing drugs. Why don't I own dogs since I live in a forest? Because Rachel and I don't want the responsibility of a dog. A dog is somewhere between a cat and a child. Cats are much less trouble. I don't have to walk the cats, they walk themselves. The cats may be loud, but even trouble's loudest meow is not nearly as loud as a bark from a dog. Well, some conspiracies are true. Some conspiracy theories are true. Remember, a conspiracy theory is a theory that says these people colluded together to hide some truth from us and or do some bad action that we should condemn or something, right? So, Obama not having any children is not bad. Obama pretending to children that aren't his or his, having borrowed children, well, we might critique that. I might say that that's bad, but it's like it's not relevant to anything at all that I can think of. Like, it's completely irrelevant to our understanding of him as a president or a politician or whatever, whether or not his children were his biological children or not. Why would you even care at all or think about it, look into that question at all? Why? Like, it's it's just, you have to be just not intuiting well, thinking correctly at all about politics if you're thinking that stuff, right? You're worrying about some incredibly banal and dumb like that. It would be manipulating how we perceive him. Well, yeah, but that's what makes it so trivial, right? It's not the sort of thing that people are going to vote on or not, whether he's got kids, right? Nobody votes on whether the president has kids. So it's like managing people's perceptions of him in this weirdly specific way that nobody cares about. So, if you're fixated on that, well, then you're definitely not engaging like an adult does politically about anything, right? You're worrying about stupid nonsense from 2 presidents ago. I do think he might be a homosexual. I don't think he was born in Kenya. And I mean, it matters because of whether he's qualified legally to run for president, right? But the thing is, it's because of that I think we should all be very skeptical of any notion that he was born outside the U.S. Because there was such a strong political interest in discrediting him in any way people could conceive of. Things like they aren't his own kids, he was not born in the United States. Those things that aren't at all relevant to his competency as a president or anything, but are nevertheless attempts to delegitimize them, we can mostly discount those as almost certainly completely bullshit because of that fact, because they're both irrelevant and voiced nevertheless as means to attempt to discount. We can therefore discount voices that highlight those kind of things as even if correct in any individual instance, malignant as a political voice and not in an adult, Well, I agree with you that if he's not a natural born citizen of the United States, he's not qualified to run for president. But what I'm saying is, at no point did anybody know from his personal history that he was not a native born citizen until he ran for president, at which point, all of a sudden, people dig up justifications to make that claim. Note the difference. Everybody knew before Arnold Schwarzenegger ever became governor that he was not born in the United States. Nobody had any dispute about that. Even though Barack Obama was a politician and a public figure for many years before he ran for president, nobody ever said anything about him not being born in the United States. So we have to put a lot of more grains of salt on that claim being made in the highly politicized environment of a presidential election by the other side, and in a frenzied attempt to discredit him in any and every way possible. We should obviously hold those kind of claims with a lot more skepticism, and remember, most importantly, that they are by and large irrelevant to the question at hand now, right? Which is nothing to do with whether or not Barack Obama is electable as president, and are simply an attempt to play the bad guy team did bad. I'm a little child. The bad guy team did bad. These McGregors are bad. Yeah, okay, well, if you want to be a stupid child, Fiocco, go ahead. Obviously, it pisses me off that I can't have adult conversations about stuff with people. But, the point is, remember your motivation. You're not motivated by truth, justice, and the American way. You're motivated by hating the bad guys. So, therefore, yeah. You're caught up in your mythologies at the expense of any actual real work intellectually about politics. You think that your mythologies make such work unnecessary and or pointless because you believe your mythologies, which were under them such, thereby inducing your little self-fulfilling prophecy. You will, in fact, play into every bad political outcome imaginable with your vocalized, externalized, stupid, non-political thinking, misapplied in the political realm. Yeah, it's horrible what you're doing, but I don't know how to stop it because I've already scolded you so many times. And it doesn't work. I've explained, I've scolded, but instead of adjusting accordingly and being like, okay, my stupid mythologies are not a productive means of applying my political directionalities, right? You just persist in it. I refuse to learn anything from Eric no matter what. Because nothing in the world can be worse than learning things from Eric. Oh well. Whatever. I guess the world just goes to hell in a handbasket and I just need to stop caring about it. Tisk, 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 motherfuckers. That's all I have to say to that. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you are carrying on about how Obama doesn't actually have children, why are you caring about Obama at all? It's like he's no longer the president and hasn't been for a long time. Well, the only possible explanation of why you're caring so much about Obama is because you think he's a representative of the bad guys, the evil left. Or you think he's an example of the global elites and their sneaky, evil fakeries. Just enough, right? That's not productive political discourse. That's mythology. Don't mythologize instead of being an adult. I can't handle adulthood. I gotta just be a mythologizer. Or a whiner, as Teddy Roosevelt said. But good for Hunter Biden, you know? Good for him. Smoking his drugs, doing what he wants. Fuck everybody who's all like, oh no, Hunter Biden's doing drugs. Who fucking cares? Let him do whatever drugs he wants. Why is everybody all like up pissy about it and everything? Are you Hunter Biden? No? Then why are you so concerned with what he's smoking? Like George W. Bush was completely sober. Terrible president. Hunter Biden's not even the president. If you're trying to say, well, there's corruption, Biden's getting special treatment for his son or whatever. That is so like that's the kind of corruption that has diminishing returns rather than a positive feedback loop of some kind, right? If you're a president and you're favoring directing federal monies towards this community over that community because you like people who live in that community, that's bad corruption. If you're just getting your son out of trouble or something, who fucking cares? You know, it's like he shouldn't be in trouble. He's just doing drugs. I don't know what the big deal is. I haven't read into the story at all or anything, but like that's not a problem. I mean, Biden shouldn't be using his political position to benefit people in his own life like that. That does comprise corruption. There's no doubt about that. If that's what in fact has been accused of, I don't know. But it's like that's the most mild form of corruption imaginable. And we've got so many actual problems to talk about. You know, why are we talking about that at all? That's not the problem with Biden isn't that he's corrupt, it's that he's not mentally competent. He couldn't be found guilty of corruption because he's not guilty by reason of mental incompetence. You can't convict somebody with dementia of a crime. If you think about it a little bit, then maybe you start to come to your senses. Oh, right. The problem isn't that Hunter Biden does drugs, it's that our president has dementia. But no, if you're a team person, you just latch onto any and every little thing negative about the team you think are the bad guys, whether it's the global elite, the left or the right, corporations or the government, our parents, whoever it is you think the platypus is, right? Anything that's anti-platypus, you seize onto like red meat by a ravenous dog, and you go, look, Obama doesn't have kids, and Hunter Biden does drugs, and then people do the same thing for the right, you know, Trump's so evil, and these people are, like, yeah, I get it. All of these bad politicians make me mad too. I was mad at Obama for his weakness. I was mad at myself for voting for him the first time he ran. I had some faith in his words about civil liberties in Guantanamo Bay and stuff, and I was sorely disappointed, needless to say. I was mad at George W. Bush. I was furious at him. He started a totally bullshit war in the Middle East on totally bullshit justifications that history falsified, right? There were no weapons of mass destruction. And even if there had been, that's not a good enough reason to invade another country. In fact, it's always proved in the past to be a good reason not to invade them. After all, if they have weapons of mass destruction, and you invade them, what's to stop them from, say, I don't know, using them on your nearby ally, Saudi Arabia or Israel? I was mad at Trump. I was, not a president I haven't been thoroughly angry with since Bill Clinton. But I'm angry about things that are worth being angry about, specific things, and things on the public record. I'm not angry about mythologies that can't be established one way or the other, but that are suggested if you accumulate these specific facts into a pile that suggests meow. That kind of bullshit is not of any value to any of us because it's purely team tactics. There's nothing politically interesting or legitimate about it. It's purely being a team tactics person. So you don't want to ever play into was Obama born here or whatnot, because even if it's possible he wasn't, there was insufficient cause to say that's definitely the case. It was looked into plenty, and there's certainly enough gray that you can make the case that he was born here and do a good job of making that case. It was determined that we were going to behave as though he were, given the fact that there wasn't conclusive evidence that he wasn't. And we should all therefore behave accordingly thereafter. It's not like Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's conclusive evidence he was not born in the United States, available to everybody all the time. So if you're trying to do that team tactic shit, it doesn't matter if you're correct or not, right? Because you're not engaging like an adult in actual political thought or discourse. You are engaging in being a team bitch. Team bitches are just idiots who were the bitches of other team bitches who were also idiots who have more control of the mic, you know? There's just a bunch of little bitches. Left, right, whatever. They're all a bunch of little bitches who are too scared to deal with things like an adult, or too weak or something. I don't know. Well, that's what I have to say to the little bitches of the world. Fuck off. You're ruining America with your wanton misuse of language and refusal to engage honestly, or at least correctly. You may be honest in your incorrectness. I don't know. I don't know how much you're being allowed to do that by emotions run amok that are clouding your ability to disinterestedly evaluate your own discourse, or what. If it's something like that, then maybe you're being honest about it, but I can't even conceive of having an intentional stack that would let me be that dumb about shit. You know, I can't imagine getting caught up in rabbit holes of reading about things that are suggestive of other things. I've been through that phase too. But even then, I didn't forsake my responsibility to evaluate each thing independently, honestly. You know, I wasn't trying to cherry pick a bunch of different facts to paint a bad picture. I was trying to establish things about, like, I spent a lot of time looking into 9/11, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on there, you know. And I really disliked George Bush and Dick Cheney. I still think they're two of the more evil men in history, just evaluating outcomes. But even then, I didn't think like, oh, it's a right versus left thing. I just thought Dick Cheney, the George W. Bush administration was just the worst thing to happen to civil liberties since the drug war, you know. So anyway, depressing stuff. Depressing and persistent. You know, whenever I see, say, black widows around the house or something, I try to kill them. And I'm diligent enough about that. Very few black widows would come around. Not true with the black widows of contemporary public conversation. They are infesting everywhere and everything. So much so that they frequently appear even here, talking with famous people, the most Black Widow resistant place in the world. So yeah, our political landscape is being infested and overrun by the Black Widows of platypusing. And instead of being responsible and dealing with things as they actually are, they want to deal with a reduced pretend version of reality that is simple enough for them to feel, to deal with their feelings, I guess, you know. I feel strongly about yeah. And so, you know, the population of people versus Black Widows. I mean, we huddle here together, right? Those people here who are people instead of Black Widows, we huddle here and shake a fist at the darkness, try to light some candles, but you know, it's mostly just Black Widows in the world. Like you don't hear anybody talking like I talk about politics at all. To the extent there are other people out there like me being honest and talking honestly about politics and not doing groupist shit, you just don't hear them at all. There's no market for it, right? Look, there's 11 people here. I'm talking about how important it is that we engage with like adults about politics rather than engaging about irrelevant mythologies, which is to say stories that there may be some substantiation for, but that is probably a bit of a toss-up but most importantly, aren't really relevant to anything anyway. That's how you know that somebody's playing team bitch. And team bitch is not a good thing to play because especially if you're playing NI overreach team bitch, you're going to find all these murky conspiracies in all of this indeterminate piles of evidence suggestive of things. You're going to find all the specific pieces of evidence that are most suggestive of the things you want them most to be suggestive of. You're going to put together this half-assed case, quote unquote, of things that are suggestive, a circumstantial case without involving any of the contraindicative pieces, and then come presented as though it were fact. When I challenge it, then you're going to accuse me of being naive or lacking sufficient insight or intuition, or you're going to say some stupid ass shit like, if you were to read the things I read, you'd be convinced, without yourself being able to convince me or anybody else, meaning you should never have been convinced in the first place. These patterns repeat over and over and over again, and nobody who I explain this to seems to learn anything from it. Those of us who behave like adults in talking about politics, we continue to do so. Those of us who behave like children continue to do so, and nobody seems to learn anything. So I don't know what to say about that, you know. Best thing I can do is to embarrass people when they engage in the vulgar, uncivilized, and shameful behavior of reducing genuine adult intellectual work like politics to childlike buffoonery. NI overreach, wrongness cavalcade of horror. This is why it's so important in life in general, about all manner of things, not just politics, all manner of things that you can think of, but not absolutely everything, okay? But like all different manner of things. You have to put the process first, not anything else, right? So note, it doesn't matter if Yug Hug Kyuk is right about Obama's children not being his biological children, okay? Even if he is correct about it, he's doing the process wrong. So it doesn't matter. He's part of the problem, not the solution. In other words, because he's pursuing that kind of information, finding it relevant and important, and not engaging in the kind of dispassionate, disinterested, genuine, like ambiguity tolerant adult thinking that's necessary, then he shouldn't be thinking about it at all. It's too important for children to be dealing with political stuff, right? We need actual thinkers, intellectuals, real people who can actually determine whether something is relevant, whether it validates, whether, etc. People who aren't on a team desperate to find to wallow in the indignant outrage they feel when they encounter yet another piece of evidence damning the team they don't like in some fashion. And that is just that. First of all, that's not a healthy emotion to wallow in. It's not healthy to do that. It serves you no good, and it's not good for. Nobody actualizes by being angry at shit they made up, right? Nobody actualizes by being angry about irrelevancies that are representative of their childishness. That's not how people come to be their fully realized selves. It's not through daily anger wallows as they continually search for more things to confirm their bias. Fucking savages. So if you think it's adequate to just use your intuition to intuit that there's some kind of faceless but monolithic evil out there that you can blame your thinking away with, fuck off. Stop it. Okay? Stop. It's like all the world has is those of us in the free world and from the free world to count on. The authoritarians have the advantage of forcing everybody to be on the same team. China has this advantage, right? Like, nobody in China is allowed to criticize Chinese government or complain about authoritarianism except in certain very prescribed ways. And so they have the advantage of unity in that regard. Having taught students come from China, it's strange how they've never been introduced to genuinely adversarial intellectual engagement at all. And some of them take right to it, like fish to water, and some of them just seem baffled, So they have that advantage. It's implicit to being an authoritarian bullshit China, right? So each of us has the advantage of being smarter, more empowered, more innovative, as individuals, right? Therefore, the biggest threat to us is ourselves. It's people from the non-savage West, the civilized West, where individuality and liberty is prioritized, and the autonomy of the agent via his or her own autonomy, realizing his or her own destiny according to his or her own terms, is the fundamental frame in terms of defining success in Western society, right? Society is succeeding when individuals are empowered to do what they want. That is the correct way to be. Unfortunately, because individuals are empowered to do what they want, the West is very subject to outbreaks of stupidity. Like, in other words, while China forces stupidity on everybody, it's a certain kind of stupidity. The West, and it's stupidity that doesn't threaten the state or the society of China, right? In the West, we have vastly more capacity, tendency, and actuality of self-injurious behaviors. Bad discourse about politics is a perfect example of how the West hurts itself. What I'm asking people from the civilized West to do is to remember that as adults, they have the capacity to behave as such. That there's no reason whatsoever for us to be angry at each other. There's no reason for anybody from the civilized West to be supporting Russia or China in anything, right? We should have clarity about things regarding which there is clarity. A free and civil society is preferable to an authoritarian one. Taiwan's a shit ton better than China. Basic shit, right? We should all agree on. Russia shouldn't violate the sovereignty of Ukraine and invade them. Basic fucking shit we should all agree on, right? Instead, we're worrying about Obama's children. And what tool do I have at my disposal? I can explain it. I can shame those who are guilty of this wrongdoing I'm articulating right now. I can continue to demonstrate how to deal with politics correctly, how to talk about things correctly. But, like I said, the infestation of black widows, it's more than my meager tools can suppress, obviously. I just want people to understand that when they do that shit, right? Like, whenever they come in and prove themselves a team's whore, then they just take another chunk out of the wall between us and barbarity, you know? Barbarians are definitely at the gate. Russia and China are both dedicated to destroying institutions of transparency, accountability, and democracy at the international level and within nation states. And part of the reason why so many people from the enlightened West side with the wrong people or the wrong ideas has to do with Russian propaganda, you know, Russian seeding of media with bullshit, etc., you know? And then you get decent institutions of relative transparency, like YouTube, Google, whatever, saying we need to prevent this misinformation campaign that's trying to muddy a very clear picture regarding the illegal, unwarranted, and reprehensible aggression of Russia against Ukraine, right? And because of all this team bullshit, people who have created a boogeyman they call the left and who have associated movements towards constraining discourse to civil discourse on certain platforms, they attributed this status of member of Team Evil to YouTube or whatever. And since YouTube's a member of Team Evil and YouTube's opposed to Russian misinformation, Russia must be God. That shit, right? So those people need to grow the fuck up or go the fuck away, right? Like, Don't speak if your speak is going to be a egg sack of black widows. We don't need to hear your failure to be a citizen, your failure to be a good citizen of this free and civil society. That doesn't help at all, so don't do it. Okay? When I'm president, you're going to call me the scolder-in-chief. It's going to be 4 years of non-stop scolding, you motherfuckers. I'm the mother flipping. Who's the mother flipping? I'm the hippopotamus. My lyrics are bottomless. That's from Flight of the Conchords. It's a 2-guy rap song called The Rhinoceros and the Hippopotamus. One of the guys is the rhinoceros. And the other guy is the hippopotamus. His lyrics are bottomless, he says, but then immediately after saying that, there's like 8 bars of just instrumental. It's fantastic. I really like Flight of the Conchords, at least a couple of their songs. I'm in Love with a Sexy Lady is fantastic. They're both in love with the same sexy lady. One of them thinks her name is Barbara. The other one thinks her name was Barbara. It's good stuff. You got good lyrics too. Like one of them said, I was going for a jog when she lost her dog. The other one says, I was running in the area when she lost her terrier. And they're describing to each other how they each met this new girl that they're infatuated with, which was a girl they both met together like 5 seconds previously. Great. It's good stuff. Well, now that I've vented my anger at wrongness, is that a healthy thing to do, Eric? You were talking about how it's not healthy to wallow in your anger. I was perfectly not angry at all until somebody came in and said some nonsense that made me mad. I'm not really angry right now. The difference is, of course, I don't go looking for it, right? I don't go looking for cherry-picked pieces of information to make me mad. They come to me unbidden. Well, most importantly, it's not justified for Russia to invade Ukraine, right? There's a clear violation of national sovereignty. And their half-assed justifications like, well, there's a lot of Russians living in Luhansk. It's like there's a lot of Mexicans living in San Diego. Does that justify Mexico invading San Diego? No. These are simple questions. This is not a complicated norm to parse out, right? Is it okay for one country to violate the borders and national sovereignty of another by invading them in a way that is non-responsive to any aggression? Yes, it's always wrong for that to happen, and we should always oppose it wholeheartedly, not have any kind of, well, maybe we're in favor of maybe. No, it's clear cut, you know. Ukraine is not in NATO. Ukraine was denied admission to NATO. Not wanting NATO bases on your border, if you're going to use that as a justification for invading Ukraine, those NATO bases better be under construction. Right? If they're not under construction, then it's just a bullshit attempt to justify something that's fundamentally unjustified that has landed on an idiot's ears, namely you, who've heard it and repeated it. You see what happened there? This is why people need to be adults. And remember critically important things, like you cannot trust the Russians at all. They're a dictatorship fundamentally. No matter what election theater they may engage in, it doesn't matter, you know? They're a fucking kleptocracy. And they have a history of doing illegal, wicked things like poisoning dissidents with radiation, etc. So I'm not interested in starting shit with Russia or going down the list of all of their crimes in history or something. I'm pointing out that we don't need to know any more information than we currently have to understand that Russia's unjustified aggression against Ukraine comprises a violation of all international norms, all norms of just war, and is in fact completely unjustified, and that if the UN had any fucking teeth, they'd do something about it. And all people who live in a free and civil society should agree with those statements I just made. No, I don't lack the NI. I recognize which things are inappropriate to use an objective knowing function about without conjoining it with the appropriate level of TI scrutiny. So some things it's okay to just use NI about. Holistic stuff for which whole truths are determinate, right? Politics is not one such area. You don't understand that, even though I've explained it to you multiple times. So stop. Stop being wrong and stop being stop pouring poison into our collective water supply with your stupidity. Remember, it's the process integrity that matters, not whether you intuited correctly or not. You're going to intuit correctly sometimes. The fact that you're relying on your intuition to know about stuff which you cannot possibly know about, making claims you can't substantiate because you're just using your intuition, that is not respecting the process, and that makes you part of the problem. So I could intuit a bunch of wild shit too. It's not that I lack the intuition, it's that I have the discretion not to make wild claims I can't substantiate. Not to focus on wild holistic notions as a foundation for my political discourse. I have the discretion and adulthood to recognize when whatever narrative is only serving the purposes of a given team, that engaging in that narrative process when it lacks relevancy to anything meaningful is in fact just being a team whore, right? So I don't want to be a team whore like you, because I recognize how damaging that is to a free and civil society. Your whoring ways have befouled us all with stupidity. They have dragged us all down into a place where I'm having to explain to you what a damaging force you are, rather than talking about anything meaningful politically, right? I'm having to once again scold somebody who thinks it's appropriate for a child to come play in traffic. You don't belong out here, child. Stop. You're going to get us all hurt. You might not get run over by a car, but you might cause the car to slam on the brakes, cause a multi-car crash pileup, you know? So don't be so fucking irresponsible. Not that he's ever going to learn anything. You caused me to have to explain how you are behaving unacceptably, which is as far as anything can possibly get from anything politically relevant, right? It's about, you've made this about you. I have to explain how you are engaging in the process personally wrong, how it's damaging, etc. And we are not talking at all about anything that matters. Because you're doing something that matters so much, so wrong, that it becomes the only thing that we can talk about. So shame on you for that. Don't think you can use your intuition to do brain surgery either, okay? If I go to the hospital and you're the surgeon and you tell me, don't worry, I've got great intuition, I'm going to have a real fucking problem, right? Everybody should feel the same way about your engagement with politics. You're attempting to do surgery with your intuition. Your intuition is not good enough, or you'd intuit that it's not good enough, obviously. Hear my words and allow them to inform you. You don't have to be a genius to do that. You just have to be not so willfully idiotic. I'm like idiot. I don't like spending my time being angry. Right? If you're a junkie, goes out and finds things to be angry about, then brings them around here in hopes that we'll all be angry about them too. That makes me angry at him, obviously, appropriately, you know, because it's like, go find other children to play with. Anger wallow. You did make me angry. Angry.
Well, I'm gonna go find stuff to confirm my pre-existing bias. That's a good use of my time. Oh, it makes me so mad. When I've reviewed all of this data, this confirmation bias data, and my intuition about it is bias confirmed.
What about all the other data?
I don't look at any of that. And I definitely don't listen to her.
He says words, I just call, no, I will not hear or learn anything. Well, that's how you want to be. Fine. I guess I'll just have to be responsible for my own emotions and just ignore it, not be mad about it. It's not like you're doing anything that could justify me timing you out or anything. So I'm just gonna have to take ownership of my own emotions and be happy despite your dumbness. Well, Sweden beat Australia in the third place game today. I was a little disappointed by that. I was rooting for Australia, you know, because they were the home team. They had all their fans there, and everybody's all excited and stuff. We got kind of some rough breaks in this tournament, you know. Their number one player went down with an injury the day before the tournament started. Proactively repelling. You mean they're not repelling anything, right? They're saying, now keep in mind, of course, unless they completely conquer all of Ukraine, that will not prevent Any Russian aggression will not prevent NATO from putting bases on Ukraine's border. It'll just make Ukraine's border smaller. Right? And yet you've chosen to find this bowl of Russian feces, get a spoon, and spoon it into your mouth, and now are trying to feed it to us. Remembering, of course, that unless Russia completely obliterates Ukraine and takes over the whole country, there will still be a Ukrainian border that NATO could put bases on. It's also the case that NATO could put bases on many other countries on Russia's border. Does that justify them invading all of those countries as well? In fact, Russia could put bases on India's border. Should we invade India and conquer it? The U.S. should do that, huh? After all, anything could happen. China could put bases someplace. So we should invade every place. That's what your reasoning gets you. It gets you to that fucking place. Is that what you want to do? Really? You want a reason that every time a country can say that some enemy of ours in some regard might do something to strengthen their own defensible position and or potentially threaten us, therefore we should invade them proactively, preemptively. Bullshit. No way. Complete garbage. I agree the U.S. should not be invading anybody, and that Russia should also not be invading anybody. And I believe that anybody who's parroting Russian bullshit about justified aggression by virtue of potential NATO bases sometime in the undefined future needs to fuck themselves in the ass for the pineapple. Okay, Boba Fett, do you have a pineapple? If not, you need to go get one. And get some Vaseline while you're out, because it's not going to be comfortable. I don't want it to. I want you to learn a lesson, but not too hard of a lesson. Ukraine did not poke the bear, okay? Russia instigated separatist theater in eastern Ukraine to initiate their very long, slow aggression, which eventually annexed Crimea, etc. You guys have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. If you believe any of that shit, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. If you support Russia at all in their bald-faced, unjustified, unjust, wicked aggression, then go fuck yourselves with a pineapple. If you're still typing, Boba Fett, you are been tasked to go get a pineapple and fuck yourself in the ass with it. So you better get on that job right now. What is this, like Make Eric Mad Day or something? You guys all get together before I started the stream and say, let's say a bunch of stupid bullshit to make Eric mad. That'll be fun. If you stop pissing me off right now, I'll let you choose which end of the pineapple to fuck yourself in the ass with. The pointy end first or the round end first? So just take the plea. I'm offering you a good deal here. Take the bargain. Yes, you can get the smallest pineapple you can find. That's fine. That's legit. Oh no, you have to eat the pineapple. You have to eat it. Okay? If you ask nicely, I might let you just throw it away. But if anybody's eating it, it's you. No, it's not for me. It's for you, Fiakokiak. Right now, you should be beginning the process of baking yourself a pineapple upside down cake with that pineapple. Then you have to eat it while standing on your head. It's the only way to make it right side up. So once you're done with all that, that should take at least an hour. Then you can talk to me again about what happens next, what you've learned, how valuable the lesson it was, how grateful you are to have learned it, how badly you needed to be scolded, and other such important matters. What? Karma's pimp? Look, you and Fiakokiak can figure out whatever you want to do with that pineapple. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm just impressed. I'm glad. See, Faircare must have anticipated this outcome because he actually had a pineapple on hand. So he probably figured he was going to cross some lines today and have to fuck himself in the ass with a pineapple. That's why he got one at the store last time. He probably got a very small one to make it less painful for himself. What he wants me to eat it. What he's forgotten is that I live far away from him. And he's the one with pineapple and shit on his hands. So you just keep that in mind, Fiakokiak. It's funny when I see your name, I don't even like look at it with my eyes exactly. I just immediately read it as Fiakokiak. Even though it wasn't intended to be a name that was especially pronounceable when you made it, I don't think. Yeah, I know what'll calm her down. Let's put on some soothing Dave Matthews. That'll make me feel a lot better, for sure. Probably his bomber will help a little bit. I'm feeling better already. Knowing that Pierre Kiek fucked himself in the ass with a pineapple, I feel as though justice was done. Although, if you really want me to make me happy, Pierre Kiek, I need you to go to India real quick and fuck Boba Fett in the ass with a pineapple too. You can use the same pineapple, it's fine. There's a Bible story about King Solomon recommending one time to split the ass pineapple in half. And the moral of the story was, you can't split ass pineapples in half. No, I'll pass. I'll pass, Pierre. You guys who like to do team stuff, you get to enjoy all the ass pineapples yourself. What's an ass plant? Well, it's anything you put in your ass that's not an animal or a rock or non-living thing, you know? Well, that's why I've begun my organization, Racist Against Vikings E, RAVE. As an organization, we're racist against Vikings, and it's because of their tendency to rape and plunder and pillage. One of our primary agendas is to raise awareness about the risks of being invaded by a Viking longboat. No, Karma's Pimp, you don't even have to fuck yourself in the ass with anything because you didn't commit the crime for which the punishment is pineapple ass fuck. Platypusing is the crime, and the penalty is pineapple ass fuck. Are you, you can't pre-punish yourself in some other way and then commit the crime and receive no punishment. There's no getting out of it like that. What kind of military equipment should we have to prepare for Viking invasion? I think it's pretty obvious. Longer boats. They have longboats. What's better than longboats? Longer boats. Right now, we just have all different size boats, some of them long, some of them short. No plan to organize the longer ones together. We need to create a Coast Guard fleet of longer boats and our own, another branch of the military, which we'll call the Americans. It's like Vikings, but from America. We just have longer boats. We'll have taller points on our horns, We'll have bigger oars. No, platypusing is the term because it references the Phineas and Ferb episode in which Doofenshmirtz had the platypus controlling him. And he's spinning records and he's rapping. And then the kids in attendance who are enjoying the music, one of them says, "I get it. Platypus is a metaphor for whatever's keeping you down. Corporations are a platypus. The government's a platypus. The parents are a platypus. Your teachers are a platypus. Everything's a platypus. There's a platypus controlling us." Perry the platypus is a duck-billed platypus, yes. I put a link to There's a Platypus Controlling Me on the community tab. It's a great song. I highly recommend to anybody that you watch it and enjoy it. It's a minute and a half long, 90 seconds, 94 seconds. I highly recommend There's a Platypus Controlling Me. I wrote down this hill. I got glue on my hands. Now there's records on my fingers, and I just can't stop. Just can't stop. There's records on my fingers, and I just can't stop. There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table. There's a platypus. What? There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table. The other thing I'm thinking would be a good approach to preventing Viking longboat attack would be, weaponized barnacles. So whatever kind of barnacle likes to grow on the bottom of a Viking longboat, let's breed a breed of barnacle that attaches to longboats and then put a little bomb on each one of them. And then when they attach to the Viking longboat, when it gets close to our shore, they'll also have like a GPS receiver or something, or whatever it's called. So then when they get close, our first defense system people will get a beep, beep, beep on their monitor that says explosive barnacles nearing the shore. And then it says detonate ? And they have to put yes, to type in the word yes, push enter. Then the supervisor has to come over and enter his code, and then the barnacles will blow up. taking the Viking threat with them. I think it's a good plan. The question is, of course, spike-roofed ramming pedal boats. The thing is, you can't take out just their boat, right? Because if your goal is to take out their boat, you have to do it in the Eric suggested longer boats way and meet them out at sea. If you take out their boats once they're close to shore, then they can still swim to shore and get you, even though they can't get back. They can make a new boat once they finish killing you, you know? So you have to either get their boats while they're still at sea, or figure out a way to stop them once they get off of their boats. But as we all know, there's absolutely no conceivable way to stop a Viking wielding a sword or a battle axe. They're the unstoppable force that controlled the world for millions of years. So that's why I'm so committed to raising awareness. Because, you know, one of the weird things is, it was just the other day that I became aware. I don't know if you're aware of this. Is anybody else aware of this yet? There's this thing called breast cancer. I was out someplace and somebody had this pink shirt on and it said breast, and so I looked at it. I was like, oh, something about boobs. It said cancer underneath it. I was like, what is breast cancer exists? Why hasn't anybody raised awareness about this before now? Anyhow, now that I'm aware of it, it's changed my whole life. Yeah, once they're on land, you're completely fucked. Because Vikings have berserker power. They can start frothing at the mouth and go, oh, wow! And then they just kill everything in sight. That's why you don't want to run afoul of them at, say, a 4th of July parade. That would be a very patriotic bloodbath. What it would be. You know, all these Americans trying to fight back with guns and stuff, and it's no match for a Viking battle axe. It's like bang, bang, bang. The Viking just holds up the battle axe, the bullets go pew, 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 bounce off it in every way, and he throws it, it splits you right in half, and it bounces out on the cement behind you and bounces back right into his hand. Backwards like this, he kills like 5 people with one swing. That's how effective the Vikings were. You know, the only reason we're not all just Viking slaves right now is because we got lucky and that big meteor landed on Viking capital city, wiping most of them out. Not to mention the little ice age caused a general shortening in wood that prevented them making such long boats. The rule for Viking was that there's not more than 3 enemies at once and you're alone, you have to fight or be labeled a coward. 3 enemies at once? I'm sure a lot of Vikings were like, oh, thank God, there's 4 of you. Give me a second. Tom, can you come over here? You aren't being a coward, are you? No, look. Count them. All right, 4 of them. All right, cool. You and me will take these fuckers out then. For a second, I was afraid you were a coward. No, there have been 3 of them. They'd already be dead. Pineapples as a defense would fail unless you could somehow have anus homing rocket propelled pineapples, you know. If you could create those and ensure that every pineapple fired would go straight into the anus of one of the enemies, I think that would be pretty effective. I think just about any invading army would falter at seeing their comrades in front of them go down at the hands of a giant pineapple to the ass. Type the Big Lebowski. I suspect he might be an ISFJ. Potentially INFJ. I don't know. But it seems too comfort oriented for INFJ. Probably ISFJ. Talking about the main character in that? Like, oh, I'm talking about a character called The Dude. Is that his name? Played by whatever. Was that the wrong movie? Or is that the right movie? I'm not sure if I'm talking about the right movie. Oh, ISFP is not impossible. I don't remember the movie that well. Seems ISFJ is plausible, but ISFP is also plausible. You never can be really right or wrong when you're typing make-believe characters. Although some of them are written in, extremely typologically consistent ways, and some of them are not. Bob's Burger writes really typologically pure characters. The mom's an ESFJ, the dad's an ISTJ, the older daughter is an INFP, the younger daughter's an ENTP, and the son is an ESFP. And I feel very confident about all those typings for each of those characters. Oh, you wrote a manifesto? Well, more likely to be. It depends what the. I mean, I wouldn't call him a hippie. I'd call him a slacker, you know? Thanks, Rachel. I figured it was wasted on the curtains. We weren't even using it to hold the curtains together. So, I in its previous incarnation it was my Crusader hat. It's got a cross right in the middle of the forehead, so help me recapture the Holy Land from the heathens. But in this incarnation, I'm more Eastern Orthodox Church. So it's a two-purpose hat. But to be honest, it doesn't qualify as a hat. I'm not going to lie. I couldn't wear this to the Kentucky Derby without incurring Rachel's headband deriding scorn. Because, in fact, it does comprise a headband. Nobody wants to incur Rachel's headband deriding scorn at the Kentucky Derby. That's not a hat. That's a headband, said Rachel with full of derisive scorn at the ladies who thought they could get away with headband at the Kentucky Derby. I may be hamming it up a little bit. Rachel doesn't really do derisive scorn. I like to imagine her voicing derisive scorn. What is that woman doing? That's not a hat. It's a headdress. I mean a headband. This is a headdress. This is more like, the chief of a African tribe might wear this too. Like, welcome to Wakanda.
Welcome. Would you like some dried zebra? I have some here for you.
Oh, Capito, you've got stickers in you. Did you go out in the bushes again? Yeah. You know, it's like you're making a lot of work for me because I can't even pet you properly because these stickers are so horrible. So just stay out of the bushes. Like a Shiite mufti.
My name is Abdul Muhammad Abdul Dulab Al-Kahir.
I'm sorry, Capito, but I have to get these stickers out of you. I know. Yuck. Right now, may not be in much of a mood to talk, Rachel, because he, earlier today, I don't mean to reopen old wounds, but he had, let's just say, a little bit of an accident with his butthole and a pineapple that he had to put up there because he got in trouble with me. It's okay. He didn't get in enough trouble even to get timed out, so that means he's doing pretty good. He's just making me mad. He was. He's not making me mad right now. Right now, we're talking about stickers. Whatever you want to call these things. Burrs. These things that get caught up in the cat's fur. Do I like them? No. Do I want them to go? Yes. Are they kind of hard to get out? Yes. All of these things contribute to my overall dislike of them. No, even as an Eastern Orthodox, I'm the Eastern Orthodox Pope called the Popesky. I am fully supporting Ukraine. Yep. This is a chip clip that I have here. It was on a bag of chips, but it's not currently. I use it as a thumb clip or finger clip, depending on what needs to be clipped, you know. Sometimes I could use it as a beard clip. It keeps my beard closed so it doesn't get stale. This is a pretty good outfit, actually, with the black hat and the red thing. I wish I had like a black shirt, though. That would be better than this green shirt. I could put this other hat on top of this hat. What do you think? What do you think of this look here? I like it. I think it looks good. I just need a black shirt to go with this. Rachel, what do you think about this look here?
Oh my god, it's just a really good look.
Yeah.
So,
I just need a black shirt that'll probably go with this.
yes, and what do you, I mean, I get, I'm not sure if I get it, but
I mean, it's couture.
it's couture.
It may
That's
not, it's
why.
not, it's like, it's runway. You know, it's like hot off the runway. This is not necessarily what you wear out in the street. The one you wear in the street would be a smaller clip, probably.
That's for
kind of
streetwear.
yeah, this is for streetwear. This is more runway.
It's
But
very runway.
as you can see, my line for 2024. This is what I'm looking like.
Ooh la la.
This is the sort of outfit that makes anybody say, "Who's that fashionable man?" Referring to you because you're wearing this outfit. Like, imagine yourself wearing this outfit and imagine somebody else being the camera. You're pretty impressed with this person. You understand right away this is a person you need to take seriously.
Yeah, you do I want to talk really deep subjects with you.
I believe we each express ourselves in our own unique way. This is kind of like if I wanted to be the modern version of Salvador Dali.
Yes.
I'm just as creative as Salvador Dali. Look at me. Look how creative I am. This is what Salvador Dali made his career out of, is this kind of stupid shit. I've got a funny mustache. Ooh. Look at my big eyes. So anyway, I'm not a big fan of Salvador Dali, but I am a big fan of wearing this hat with this headband like this. The clip is probably, it's a little bit much maybe. I mean, I'm not saying the splash of red doesn't do me some good. I just think, maybe it'd be better to put it on my nose, like this. Is that sexier?
Yes.
On the nose like this?
Yeah.
It's even sexier than the beard, huh?
I don't know if it's even sexier than the beard. I think the beard is pretty damn sexy.
Yeah. Well, I like to sound like I have a cold.
That's sexy. Would you like salad?
Yes, please. It does make these little dig into your nose teeth mark things, but that's worth it to look beautiful. See, this basically functions like fake lips. This replaces any need for lipstick, for sure.
Oh yeah, it replaces lipstick.
And it makes it so I can talk to you, my mouth can move, but it just always looks like I'm smiling with my lips closed, my bright, big red lips closed, especially if I'm right there. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you guys. I'm smiling. My lips are so bright and red. Everything you always wanted for Christmas. If one of my eyes had some kind of secret jutsu power, I could wear this like this and be like what's his name from Naruto. And then, oh no, your eye is red and controlling my mind. Not anymore. Now you're safe. I've got my safety first eye patch, eye clip brand eye clip patch. And as you can see, one of the advantages it has is if I want to carry something like a pencil, I can put it right there. And I can just carry a pencil too. So this is one of my many new inventions. I call it the brow clip eye patch. It's good for preventing accidental use of eye-based juices. It's also good for preventing yourself from being stabbed in the eye with something. It's useful as a pencil holder. I hereby patent that invention, as I do the beard clip and the nose clip. Okay, and the clip-on perfect lips. It's called clip-on perfect lips. We just gotta cut this bottom part off, and then you have perfect lips, and you just clip it right onto the bottom of your mustache. It's for men only. Or mustachioed women are fine too, but it does require a mustache. Otherwise, what are you going to clip it onto? And you don't have anything to clip it onto. It's also true for my invention, penis clip, which is also for men only. You can't see that. I'm not going to let you see this one. A little bit painful too. So even through my pants. These things I'm wearing, they have all the qualities of boxer shorts, but irrationally have a string tie, pockets, and a slit in the front the size of your mom's head. So they seem like they want to be swim trunks, but it's hard to wear them out of the house without your dong falling out. Off topic to this important discussion, the fade? That would be fine. You're welcome to ask any question you'd like. I like answering questions. So that's my preferred form of comment in some regards. I'm the male Frida Kahlo. Wasn't she the male Frida Kahlo? I'm pretty sure she was, actually. The male Frida Kahlo. But I'm Kimpachi Zaraki, a nose ring. This is my thigh clip. It clips right there, keeps my thigh in place. I don't have to worry about extra thigh flopping off left and right. Has the relationship between aphantasia, a lack of inner monologues, severe deficits in autobiographical memory, ever come across your correlational radar? SDAM would seem to be correlating with SI polar, okay? Lack of internal monologue. I've heard many people, I've heard it mentioned on a few occasions before. It would most naturally seem to correlate with NE polar, but I don't know. I haven't actually encountered data to link it to anything specifically because I haven't tried to establish such data. But intuitively, it would seem as though severe deficits in autobiographical memory would correlate with SI polar unless it's an actual problem. My guy, that's pretty funny sass. I have worked with a student one time who had some kind of memory problem that was beyond any kind of cognitive function issue. He really couldn't memorize anything no matter how hard he tried. Like, it was impossible to get him to repeat even a basic sentence word for word. He always changed it to a slight variation of that. even no matter how much you worked with them on it and practiced it. It was weird. I was the only student I've ever encountered who had a problem like that. It was clearly some sort of language processing / memory disorder, but I would say that was more than SI polar. There was something was wrong, maybe structurally in his brain, or I don't know. I have no idea what was wrong, but something was wrong. So, if in fact what that kid has is what SDAM refers to, then you could explain SDAM as some sort of inherent, unovercomable deficit in SI beyond that can be attributed to stack. Or you could just say, you could identify the source of the problem exactly. But that's not pathologizing somebody based on a cognitive function bias. That's if it's like that kid, that's like a disability of some kind, you know. If it, in fact, if that term though seems to me easily subject to mission creep. If in fact people are with just SI polar being diagnosed as having either SDAM or something else linking to their the fact that they have as a blind spot knowing from their personal experience or autobiographical memory, then that's a problem, but it doesn't necessarily mean there's not a real version of it. Just like autism spectrum is bullshit, but there's a real version of autism that always includes mental retardation. At least a little bit, you know? Even if it does include some savant stuff, you know?
So,
what is aphantasia? Sorry, Rachel. What is aphantasia, and how is it distinct from lack of inner monologue? I thought previously you were saying the second of those things means the third, but can you please explain the difference? Okay, cognitive disability, whatever you want to call it. Well, the equivalent of aphantasia would be tone deafness, probably. I don't think tone deafness links to a cognitive function thing. I think that I had a friend who was an ISFP who was tone deaf, Chris Morrow, and I have very weak visualization skills. I have little ability to control the mind's eye, but some.
is it okay if I?
Yeah,
I just realized-
there should be 2 left in each bottle.
Okay.
One of each is for you.
One each is for me.
Yeah, for today, and then I figure we each take one tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for leaving it for me. I appreciate that.
Sure, darling. So there may be some kind of cognitive function linkage, like I suspect that possibly any Doms don't visualize well. I don't know how much to generalize from my experience in this regard. I perceive any as being very linked to language, but to some extent, that stems from my particularist experience being in a very language-rich environment, I guess, possibly. But I'm not sure. So I do know that any in other slots often expresses not as language creativity. Like my dad used his expert intuition to either anticipate problems that might interfere with his plans, or to think of places he might want to go on vacation, things like that, you know. He occasionally tells some jokes, but usually his other stories were either things he read or things from his experience that he was telling about. So the thing is, I don't think that those voluntary control or mind's eye things, I don't think they link directly to any kind of cognitive functions, but they probably have correlative linkages like maybe bottom half in is more likely to hard to say. I don't have enough data to even generalize shit out. So I don't know. I'm trying to say what the linkages to those are. One would imagine that visualization would link better to NISE than to NESI, but I can think of arguments against that proposition as well. So I really don't know. I don't like it when I don't have good answers for things. But sometimes I don't have good answers for things. In general, I avoid any kind of abnormal psychology stuff. Like, I'll concede that, like, there's no meaningful way to informatively include cognitive function analysis about somebody who's retarded, you know, or mentally disabled, or whatever you want to call it. Somebody with Down syndrome, say. It's like you can describe different kinds of behaviors or limitations in terms of cognitive functions, in terms of the affect, but I don't feel like I can say anything definitively about if, whether, or how their dysfunction runs along function fault lines, you know? It would be a good argument against the metaframe, or against cognitive functions being the metaframe. Namely, the argument being, well, you can't explain, like, Down syndrome with cognitive functions, except it's neglecting the fact that I can explain you making the argument that Down syndrome invalidates the claim of the metaframe with cognitive functions. And I can explain how Down syndrome renders itself too muddy to be informed by the metaframe while still being subsumed by it. Because every cogent engagement about the matter is with somebody who doesn't have um, these anomalous cognition deficits. And that's where all the clarity can be found. So pointing out that there's muddiness there. It's muddy. It's muddier under every other frame because it doesn't account for the fact that it's muddy because the object of analysis normally, because it's human, is going to have the full range of agency. In this context, only you and me have the full range of agency. So the fully clear reality is only the scope of our agency. The problem that with anybody trying to claim that cognitive functions don't subsume a given thing is it always starts with the person who's saying something like this doesn't subsume meow, and returns the focus on what attentional configuration realities have manifest in this artifact, which is always a question that comes before the object of analysis you're being directed by that initial artifact to attend to, right? So it's kind of bulletproof in that regard. No problem, the fade. I appreciate your question. Those are good questions. I think cognitive functions are how our species have evolved to survive. Cognitive functions are a result of evolution and ensures the niches of our species are filled on average. Well, you're not going to find agreement from me with that proposition, the fade, because I'm a strong advocate against evolution. No, I am not proposing that I have an alternate explanation for speciation. I'm just pointing out that every piece of evidence and data we have falsify or work against the claim that evolution explains speciation. So instead of clinging to our false dream of having it explained, we have to revert to the reality, accept the fact that we do not have the answer to where species came from. And I could go into great detail about why this is the case, but if you wanted to hear more about it, you could watch any of the number of videos I made on the subject. Believe me, I'm not some sort of closet creationist who's opposing evolution because it's religious, right? Because I'm religious. I'm opposing evolution because I'm a good critical thinker who thinks that scientific theories that claims to explain things should actually explain them in ways that make sense, can be tested, validated, or falsified. The mechanism proposed by evolution does not even exist. There is no mechanism anymore that anybody suggests can possibly explain speciation via an evolutionary process. They abandoned the notion of sexual selection for positive mutations a long time ago. Recently, punctuated equilibrium was proved mathematically falsified, which leaves purported evolutionists who don't even know what it is they believe in, grasping to explain the Cambrian explosion we know for sure that evolution works opposite how it purports to, in the sense that anomalies, things that diverge too much from a genomic mean, die. Things with mutations die. And if you stop putting pressure on a given species to differentiate into breeds, if you let all the dogs go and the people were just not paying attention to them anymore or something, they would go back to some kind of genomic mean of medium dog. And the outliers would all die. So, additionally, we know that if evolution were correct, you'd see vastly different rates of evolution depending on generational length. So, fruit flies, you'd be able to see them evolving into a variety of different species over time much more easily than you'd be able to see, say, giant sequoias that have a very long lifespan, or and presumably accordingly only produce offspring not that often or whatever, or something else that breeds rarely. Like human beings have relatively long time period between when they're born and when they can reproduce. So obviously, if it takes you 13 years to be able to reproduce, then if the processes of evolution over time are mechanically sound as an idea, then you'd see fruit flies evolving at a much more rapid rate. In other words, you'd see a variety of species evolving out of and branching off from fruit flies, except you just don't ever see anything like that. We've never been able to accomplish real speciation, even though we are applying much more selective pressure than the natural environment ever could. As per with dogs, chihuahuas can still reproduce reproductively viable offspring with wolves. So we've got all this counter evidence. We've got no reason to believe this mechanism works the way it does. We've got plenty of reason to believe it works the opposite way. We do have explanations as to how the genome changes over time in little ways, such as epigenetics and stuff, but those are just examples of the genome being sick, getting sicker over time. In other words, not every deviance from the genomic mean is impactful enough for the negative evolutionary forces to eliminate it from the genome. So the genome acquires nearly neutral negative mutations over time, but it doesn't involve in complexity at all. And species have a limited amount of adaptability within their genomic range, so that yes, you can see different populations expressing different aspects within that adaptability range, but you'll never see them changing species. Just as I can have stronger muscles by lifting weights and be able to do more heavy lifting with my arms and stuff, but no matter how much I flap my arms, won't turn them into wings. There's the same sort of implicit limits in the species set concept as there are in a singular body concept. The set name species, the definition of it precludes definition inherently. A species is defined as individuals, when they mate, they produce a reproductively viable offspring, which is always a member of that same species if it's a reproductively viable offspring. In order to be defined as a member of that species, it has to be reproductively viable. So if they give birth to something else, then they weren't even the same species to begin with, right? I mean, if they consistently do that, right? I'm saying individual instances might not be reproductively viable offspring, but like, two human beings can have a baby that has terrible birth defects and dies in 2 days or something. Obviously not a reproductively viable offspring, doesn't mean they weren't the same species. But the point is, if you can never get a reproductively viable offspring when mating two instances of these purported groups that are maybe or maybe not the same species, then you can determinately find out whether or not they were by doing repeated tests of that, right? So the point is, definitionally, then it's impossible for a species to evolve because if they're giving birth to a reproductively viable offspring that's a member of the same species, then it's within the same genomic scope of that species. Since we've eliminated already proven long since that there are no positive mutations, then we see there's no mechanism plausible, possible, or definitionally conceivable for an evolution into increased complexity without wrecking our definition of species. So we can eliminate the possibility that evolution is responsible for speciation. We've got ample sets of evidence to falsify it, more than enough falsification to have for everybody to consider it completely falsified. Unfortunately, many people have conflated opposition to evolution with creationism advocacy, and therefore wanting to prefer the rationalist answer over the magical answer. People affirm evolution even though they don't even have any idea what it is they're affirming. They think they know what they're affirming, but they have no idea what they're affirming. If you ask somebody, oh, you think evolution is responsible for speciation? What's the mechanism by which it occurred? Either the question itself will baffle them, or they'll answer something like sexual selection or positive mutations, or one of a number of attempts at making something cogent under this name evolution that have already been falsified, trashed, and shat upon by the history of science. No, that's not true. Hero Lamb. There are no positive mutations, okay? Evolutionists abandoned that notion a long time ago. Hence, the so-called nearly neutral theory, which, of course, fails entirely to explain anything. This is my rain capturing hat, actually. I use it kind of like a cistern. I capture rain, it gathers here on the sides of my hat and the bottom part. And then when I want a drink of water, I lean forward and I just go like this. And I catch the water like that. Pretty effective hat for that purpose, I'll tell you. That's why I'm not starving to death with thirst. Well, I mean, a phenotype that is inheritable is a genotype. My reference to evolution, I think, is environmental pressure, which selects for preferable genotypes. I mean, the point is, all species share the same genotype in all of its unique configuration, right? Like a certain number of chromosomes, blah 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 blah. They all share that same thing. So the question is, yes, you can. It has some adaptability range in it. You can have an environment that prefers larger versions, rewards them with, because maybe there's more abundant food. An environment that prefers the smaller manifestations, that genome, because there's less food. But what you can't do is have those pressures ever cause individuals within that species to change into another species, nor can those environmental pressures plus variations within a species, no matter how much pressure you put on those variations in terms of selecting against or selecting in favor of, you can never make those variations extreme enough to speciate a species, as we've proved with dogs more effectively than an environment ever could, by purposefully, willfully selecting very specific traits and breeding dogs into everything from Chihuahuas to Great Danes. And yet, still, you can inseminate a Great Dane with a Chihuahua semen, and out will come a reproductively viable dog. Would I let Rachel eat a banana split sundae from the top of my head? Of course, if Rachel wants it, then of course. Would you let Rachel? The answer is yes. I mean, there are things I can conceive of that wouldn't be the case, but Rachel wouldn't ask those things. If Rachel really wanted to eat a banana split from on top of my head within my hat bowl, then I would go get some ice cream, some bananas. I'd make it happen, you know. What about the coordination and specialization of honeybees and hives as naturally existing example of the necessity of cognitive functions? I mean, I don't think that's a very good example of why cognitive functions are necessary. I mean, I don't think bees are very informative about cognitive functions. Cognitive functions can only be in full, clearly understood, modeled for human beings, because we only have access to enough objective data, in other words, externalized data about human beings, to substantiate our claims about cognitive functions. That doesn't mean that other things don't express cognitive functions, but as far as like the necessity for things, well, it's necessary for us to, whether it's necessary or not, right? The reality is we can articulate every expression of human beings as either an expression of knowing, interfacing, deciding, or deliberating, figuring out, or taking action. Kinds of action include actually doing something, like digging a hole or whatever. That kind of action I'm taking, saying words, taking communicative action or experiential action, right? The kinds of knowing we have were both distinct from the kinds of deciding in time frame. Knowing's instantaneous, deciding takes time. We know instantaneously what we remember, or we know instantaneously what we intuit. The latter is a way of knowing about the external world from an objective perspective, that is to say, not linked to your own experience, but just using your intuition to know about the identity external to you. The other one is the alternative, linking whatever it is you're dealing with to your own experience and knowing about it that way. What is this like? How is this like things that have happened before? Deliberating, we can deliberate from a disinterested perspective. Let's say be a referee who doesn't have an interest in either team, just wants to call the calls accurately and fairly, right? Or we can take an interested perspective, be a coach on that team and try to get everything to go your team's way, regardless of if it's fair. If a bad call goes your way, you're happy about it. You're not trying to get it corrected, right? So we can clearly make distinctions between these kinds of paying attention. And as far as the interfacing goes, we can give examples of somebody interfacing with a dynamic kind of a system in two different ways. Either, say, schmoozing people, networking, managing people's perceptions, being nice, being likable, etc. Or we can imagine networking and interfacing in the sense of dealing with complex systems that each have their own logic, like figuring out how to fix an electrical problem in a house or something like that, or figuring out how to get electricity from a power plant to homes many miles away. Things like that, right? Those are interfacing kind of approaches that involve um, figuring things out that don't have a binary logic to them exactly. So with FI and TI both, there's a certain kind of binary logic to it. With TI, it is the status is binary. With FI, the reality is binary. It doesn't matter how much I should like this, I don't. In either case, decision making is, once things are decided, they're not really subject to compromise, right? We can't do that horrible thing you're suggesting in any possible way. There's no good way to do something illegitimate, says TI. There's no way you can get me to go along with you on this vacation and have a good time because I don't want to go on this vacation. I was planning to go over here. And you can't sweeten the pot enough to make me anything but resentful the whole time I'm on this vacation because you're ignoring what I actually want and trying to make what you want what I want. Yeah, that's FI, right? Interfacing with FE and TE is much more about outcomes, much less about integrity of process. FE person says, well, it may not be what I want, but I'm a team player, I'll have fun at this thing. And then attempts to do so, make sure everybody's happy and maintains perceptions and, tries to get FI indirectly by either making other people happy or gaining other people's approval or whatever. It's an interface. It's an extended process that requires an active other side. FI and TI don't require an active other side. They require, in fact, a static other side. For both functions, they need to know what the status is so they can know how to either think about either status being claimed or the status of reality. So it's like, I need to know how you feel about me and whether you're thinking we're going to be like a couple or this is just casual for you or whatever. I need to know what the status of our relationship is so that I can know how to feel, right? Or I need to know exactly what you're claiming so I can determine whether it makes sense or not. So you need to define some terms. Those things require the other thing to be static for you to make determinations about it because deciding functions take time. You need to be able to walk away from a thing, do your own deciding work, and come back to it and have that decision apply to that thing. Therefore, that thing needs to be unchanged when you get back to it. Interface functions assume that other things are always going to be changing. They deal best with systems in which that is the case, namely the other side of the thing is not static, but is another agent or another dynamic system, like, say, the logic of a company or something. You have to be responsive if you're the CEO of a company to changes in the marketplace. You can't just keep trying to sell the same thing when it stops selling and not figure out why and expect to continue making money, etc. All of that stuff is indicative of the dynamism of interface functions and how they're distinct from deliberation functions. They're distinct from action functions in that action functions are predicated on the notion that, on the same idea that the deliberation functions are predicated on, that the other thing is static. I'm taking action right now because I'm talking, and the action I'm taking is assuming that everybody's just listening right now, processing everything I'm saying in my cognitive functions, and not changing until I'm done, at which point, presumably, all of the information I just said will be instantly processed and they will understand everything now. So my action taking is predicated on the idea that the hearer is static, just as the action taking by an SE person is often predicated on the idea that the thing is static, and it's always predicated on it. That once you've made the decision, whatever decision you've made needs to be executed within a certain time frame, might expire, right? The reason to execute that thing, but that during that time frame, the decision has already been made. You don't have to revisit it. You just have to follow through and do it. That's the SE part, is the follow through and do it part, right? So in that regard, it assumes whatever realities you predicated your decision on are static enough that it has time to do what it needs to do and still be relevant by the end. Making sure that's the case is TE's job. That was a pretty good and extended explanation of cognitive functions. It would be one worth snipping out and putting up as a video, probably. The thing is, if you wanted to either begin validating or falsifying cognitive functions, you begin where I left off there. Okay, Eric just articulated all of these different ways of paying attention: interface, knowledge, action, deliberation. He articulated how they differentiated from each other. And he's claiming that that comprises a comprehensive taxonomy of the possible ways in which people pay attention. So, number one, can I think of other ways that people pay attention that don't fall in any of those categories? If I can think of other ways of paying attention that don't fall into one of those categories, it's not a way of knowing, a way of acting, a way of deciding, or a way of interfacing, then I can falsify the notion that it's comprehensive. And remember, it's got to be a way of paying attention that's not covered by that. But really, every human experience is some kind of way of paying attention. Even your best bet, if you were going to go biologic, would be like autonomous or autonomic functions like breathing and stuff, or your heart beating. That's not a form of paying attention accounted for by cognitive functions, but really you'd be wrong. It's accounted for by SI. Your body knows things by itself that you don't have to process intellectually, because SI is a subjective and experiential function first and foremost. So what else could you do to use that information to validate or falsify cognitive functions as a thing? If you don't think that's a comprehensive list of, or comprehensive compilation of sets that includes of attention, a comprehensive compilation of sets of attentional approaches, then what additional kinds of attention that aren't mentioned there do you think that there are? And or do you have any good reasons to say that any of the kinds of attention I just articulated aren't actually kinds of attention? And or do you want to challenge the notion that attention is a meaningful term because you're not sure what it means, or something? Well, I can articulate what it means in kind of operational sense. It's measured in time. So I've been spending the last, I don't know how many minutes and hours, primarily extrovertedly intuiting responses to a limited number of prompts that I read, I read with, like, what is reading? Is that a cognitive function? Well, you read in keeping with certain attentional priorities, such that your reading experience is going to be defined by cognitive functions. but reading itself is not a specific cognitive function, right? What about dancing? Well, you might say dancing is SE in the sense that you're doing something physical in real time that has experiential impact and probably very little meaning. But again, dancing is not a cognitive function, though it expresses along cognitive function lines. So the thing is, anybody who's going to try to critique a function model by pointing to verbs as not being cognitive functions, well, what's singing then? Well, I mean, singing is something that occurs because people are paying attention in a variety of ways. It represents, in that instance, if I concretize a song by singing it out loud, as per Mary Had a Little Lamb. Is that the right tune to that song? I don't think so. Anyway, regardless, then I've SE'd in the sense that I've concretized an idea to do something and I've done it. Yeah, but what about the actual physicality of singing? Well, that's an SI muscle memory kind of thing that one develops over time. And one's relationship with pitch seems to be inborn, but I don't know how much that links to cognitive functions, stack or not. I don't have an answer for that question. It doesn't mean that cognitive functions can't subsume the question at all, because again, you're pointing that out. It comes before what you're pointing out. But yeah. So it's like I'm trying to sort of do the legwork of people who want to negate to see where the weaknesses are. But what ends up happening consistently is that the weaknesses are spots where are things that I'm not trying to explain, right? So it's true that I'm making a general claim of comprehensiveness, and I'm not explaining comprehensively. But to falsify my claim of comprehensiveness based on the fact that it's only comprehensive about the things I'm explaining, doesn't it's like I don't claim to myself be an expert enough on everything to understand how functions link to everything, right? I don't have to experience functions linking to absolutely every single thing for me to understand conceptually why functions subsume everything. Again, I'm arguing against myself here. I know nobody else is making these arguments but me. But I'm trying to make the best arguments I can against me, you know? Consider this, my mother's an SI-DOM and she can remember in her mind's eye something she experienced in first person in as realistic detail as the first experience. That baffles me completely. Not nearly that clearly. There are some events that I have vivid visual memories of, but they're not even like necessarily from perspective that I had at any point. Like I have fairly vivid visual memories of my dad's death, but it's like they're not necessarily snapshots from my own eyes. I have kind of a memory of the scene from this Chinese elm tree that was in the back corner of the yard, like from that vantage point looking down. Even though obviously at no point was back there standing on the wall to look at it from that angle. I have a memory of that scene from that angle. So it's like I have a weird compilation of images that lets me kind of visualize, but not very well. Like I can picture it in the sense that I can sort of note like, okay, there's the white bare like banister thing going along the deck, and there's those big bushes, and there's the grass on the side, and there's the little creeping plants underneath the Chinese elm tree, and then you're going this way, and there's the chrysanthemums, and not chrysanthemums, yeah, are those called chrysanthemums? I don't know. Those flowers, and then like the peach tree, and the other deck's over here, and then there's the lemon tree. There's Dad. There's Rachel up on the deck. So that's an SI kind of knowing that I have, right? That allows me to. It does a variety of things that are totally useless sometimes. For example, an example I've used before is I find it very informative is Rachel and I were we'd driven to the Whippet store one day, and we were listening to a live stream. And we got back in the car, and somehow it got pushed like back quite some distance. We lost our current place. It got pushed back some distance. So we were listening to it and going forward through it, trying to catch back up to where we were, bit by like chunk by chunk. We'd go a little bit forward, right? And every spot we stopped and I'd listen to it, I'd say, we listened to this. We were at the corner. We were just turning right at the corner from Mia to Mia Street when this part came on our way down here. I was able to do that for every bit of it that we'd heard before. I was able to articulate exactly where we were when we were driving before when that part was on. This was not information I intentionally recalled, obviously. I mean, I didn't intentionally try to remember it so that I would be able to recall it later. It just was there, unbidden, something I knew from my memory. Whereas Rachel did not have the equivalent capacity to articulate exactly where we were when we were driving when we heard that thing. So that's an example of a skill difference that correlates strongly with SI conscious, NI conscious. Because note, my SI is not dominant or anything, it's fourth slot. And yet I was still able to do that. She was not, and yet her SI is not polar, it's eighth slot, perfectly capable for most things. So the only explanation for that I can come up with is SI conscious has the capacity to do that kind of recall because it's got ongoing autobiographical memory recording on. Fourth slot, it'll just forget it fast, right? So if we had gone into not the Whippet store to get whippets, but we had gone to a museum for 2 hours, and then we'd come back out and driven. Maybe 2 hours later, I wouldn't have remembered exactly where we were at, but I probably would have, you know. But a couple of days later, I probably wouldn't have, right? So the thing is, it impacts my choice of reading material as well because I do not envision in my mind's eye. I only like to read nonfiction. I guess I do. I guess I do visualize a little bit. I've got poor visualization, but some. it's just kind of vague. It won't stay put. Like I could never draw a picture of something in my head because we can't keep changing. I just don't. I don't feel like I use visualization for anything of particular note. Like it's not a tool that's used for anything I can think of. I'm sure other people use it as a tool for their own things, but I don't use it as one. I mean, okay, what might I use visualization for in some sort of teleological utility sense? Well, I might use it for uh, like, let's say I was out in the world and we found this table and I was wondering if it was gonna fit right here. I might try to visualize this spot, think how big a trash can is, think about maybe visualize it and try to visually assess whether it's gonna fit there. I mean, I know I visualized plenty of times when I was driving in LA, and I probably still do it now. I visualized the LA freeway system and such. So let's say I were going to drive right now, in fact, to LA. I say, okay, well, how are we going to go? We're going to go out, triangle, and then I'll visualize like I just did, a little snapshot of the corner of Triangle Road and the highway. And if I wanted to trace the whole thing, I'd be like, we'll go out, Scott, and then in this particular instance, I'm picturing this hill on the other side of the ranger station, going down into this little part that comes over there. I'm picturing that part of Scott Road when I'm saying that. We come through and out of Scott Road. When I say out of, I'm picturing down where it meets Triangle Road. Then we come out Triangle Road. I first picture the Triangle Road Market and then the intersection with the highway. We go down. And so it's like whenever I'm doing something like that, I'm picturing the actual road. But if I'm saying in LA, we're going to go 210 to the 134 to the 2 south to the 110 north, and that's how we're going to get to the Hollywood Bowl. Well, in that instance, I'm visualizing things from much more of an overhead view. Like I'm picturing the 210 like either on a map kind of, but from up high. The 134, the 2 going down here, the 110, how it cuts around Dodge Stadium and Chinatown. And then where you get onto the 110. I'm still kind of picturing individual spots on it now that I'm walking through it, but I've got an overview of it going like this. Anyway, so I don't know. Visualization is weird. I never think about it much, but I guess I do. I have accompanying visualizations with my words that I just don't pay much attention to. Because, like, what useful information is that? I don't need to remember what the intersection looks like to remember how to get there. But I guess it helps you to recognize when you've arrived there to know what it looks like already. Imagine a surgeon, though I probably would make as good a surgeon as someone who can, by choice, recall dissecting a cadaver in medical school in their first person perspective. Would not make as good a surgeon. Okay. I didn't realize that when people read nonfiction fantasy, they literally see the events unfolding in their mind's eye. Well, I guess that's what happens for me. I do like to read. I do get lost in the story. I'm not sure how. There's some visualization goes on. Kind of clumsy, like weak sauce comic book paste animation. Like maybe a flash of an image of a scene as I'm reading, but it's not like watching a movie unfold in front of my eyes. My mom described it like that, and she used to presume that I had the same experience. I remember as a kid saying one time, I don't experience that. I don't know what you're talking about. Does the 7 plus or minus 2 experiment fit into the defensible typology perspective? I don't know what the 7 plus or minus 2 experiment is. Is it between 5 and 9? No, I'm sorry. Between and including, or through 5 and 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 7 plus or minus 2. Did I pass the experiment? Do I win a prize? Do I win a lab coat? Oh, now I understand why you're wearing that, Eric. Because you're totally bald. No, I was wearing it to look cool.
You know what you reminded me of?
What?
A Benny Hanashef.
How about now?
Oh, now you're all Hawkator.
Get ready to vogue. Now I'm like Geordie LaForge from Star Trek Next Generation.
Yes.
I have to see with this black thing. I'm sure we can increase the amount of positrons to the quantum reactor. Maybe he'd be more sure if you took that dumb visor off, Geordie LaForge. That's what I would have said if I were on the Starship Enterprise. Do I look? I kind of look like Batman a little bit. I'm the Batman. Get out of here, you. Don't be a baby. Remember 1776-199-220011 17762. Let me try again. 1776-199-220011 1776299. 1776-199-220011 1776 199. Fucking hell. 1776-199-220011 1776-199-220011. There, I got it finally, right? Did I get it? I got it, yeah. Finally, I got it. What do I win today? Do I win another thing like this? I could put on my face, then I'd win every race. Who are you, the Fade, anyway? Does your name refer to your haircut? Or does it refer to getting faded, as the young people say? I'm going to get faded. You're going to get faded? Yes. Do you mean like kind of washed out? Say, left out in the sun too much, kind of faded? Isn't it interesting how if you leave a colored article of clothing out in the sun, it will get less colorful, it will fade. But if you leave a person out in the sun, they will get more colorful and unfade. Isn't that interesting? You didn't hear it, but it's a really interesting point.
I heard the beginning.
If you leave clothing out in the sun, it will fade. But if you leave a Rachel out in the sun, she will unfade.
Oh yeah, big time.
Big difference. Why is that? Goodbye, the fade.
Goodbye the fade.
No problem. Because it's 3 and not 10. 1776199220011. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 numbers. Goodbye. No, the fade, you have the best weekend. I'll have the second best. I'm generous like that. I just gave Fade the best weekend, so I hope you're
It's
cool with us
official.
having the second best weekend.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody else, sorry, you have to pick third best or worse. Well, yeah, this is my Crusader headband showing you. This informs everybody that I am off to conquer the Holy Lands and reclaim them from the heathen, who have befouled them with their worship of false gods. Stop befouling my holy lands by worshiping your false gods. This is not a Japanese song, okay? This is a drapes buncher. It works like this. You don't even use this thing. This is just to make it into a hat. You just put it around the drapes, and you put that through here, just like that, and it just holds the drapes. Like that. But we weren't using it for the drapes, and I had to watch Trouble eat, and it was sitting next to me. So while I was sitting there watching Trouble eat, naturally, I said, what can I play with? What was right there in front of my eyes to play with? This thing. So what did I do? I played with it. Because even though I tell Trouble differently, the truth is, I'm not that excited by watching him eat.
No.
Is it a sin to lie to your cat? When I say to Trouble, I'm really impressed by how well you eat. Am I getting a red marked by God?
No.
I don't think so either. I think you can't lie to animals. You can betray them, but you can't lie to them. That would require them to understand what you're saying and predicate decisions upon the meaning of it.
Well, he's an FE cat, so he needs your encouragement.
Mm-hmm. We don't know. Perhaps when he was young, attending the rough public schools available with feral cats, the other children taunted him for his sloppy eating.
He is a sloppy eater.
And now maybe he needs a lot of reinforcement about it.
Mm.
Japanese song. You could not wear this as a song. I don't know how you possibly wear this as a song. You could maybe wear it as a belt if you have a very skinny waist. Your waist has to be as skinny as my head, basically. Otherwise, children might be able to wear this around their waist. Little children.
Yeah, maybe it's a cookie sponge.
We need another piece to be a thong.
Yeah.
If you had a belt that went around here through these holes, then it could be a thong. Maybe this is my new bathing suit now that I've thought up that idea. It would be a little couture. Certainly a little couture for cold weather swims, but it would be a real banana hammock, as they'd say. I think it might be a little immodest for me to wear this. But I could see it being like a butt warmer, maybe. You kind of sit on it, and then we have two of these. One could go around each cheek, and attached right here.
Oh yeah.
Like this. Keep your cheek warm. You can also use it as like a forearm protector. Are you tired of having naked forearms? And they show like some girls whispering to each other, "Ew, look at his naked forearms." Try new forearm clothes. The hottest new product by Eric Industries. With forearm clothes, you'll never know the shame of naked forearms again. What do you think? Is this the hot new style? This is kind of like, I got a bandana, but I don't got time to wear it around my head. It's a bandana. I don't got time to make it look like a bandana. These are some of the things that are conveyed by this street-inspired new look for Eric 2024 line of fashion archetype defining masterworks. That's what my collection is called. One day this will be known as the pocket square of the forearm. It'll be required wearing for everything. But until then, I guess I'll just have to live with the shame of naked forearms. And I want you to reflect on that shame, to try to soak in it, to really feel what it feels like to lie in a deep bathtub full of gelatinated shame.
Gelatinated shame?
Yeah, it's like regular shame except more viscous. That way it sticks to you better. You'll never get the stink of all that gelatinated shame off of you. Thank you, my darling, for petting me.
I love petting you.
I think I'm going to end this live stream now. Unless, Rachel, you have any thoughts, notions, comments, whatever. I believe at some point I cut you off and never stopped talking.
Oh no, I'm not sure what it was. Hello. I'm not sure what I was going to say. Just that your head
piece when you put it on, like with the fabric. It just looks like a Benihana.
Yeah. And it is true that when I put it on, I feel an increased desire to chop things up. Like this.
You did a good job. That's good miming.
Thanks. If I had this black thing and the charades required me to mime Benihana, I would have an easy job of it. Okay, well, I'm not just going to say goodbye to you with my regular lips. I'm going to say goodbye to you with my fashion lips. From all of us here at fashionlips.com, I want, including myself, including Rachel, and including my fashion lips, I want to wish all of you the very fondest of all the farewells you will ever be fondly farewelling. Let this be the one that lasts in your memory as the fondest of them all, the only one thus far in your life to be issued with fashion lips.